Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all the praises and thanks be to Allah, the Lord of the mankind and all that exist. O Lord, unite our nations around the principle of justice, peace, love, and faith. O Lord, make our government to remain accountable to the people. O Lord, bestow all the participants of this 6th East African Community Aviation Symposium with vision, wisdom, and the take decision affecting peace and secure, safe aviation in this world and everywhere. O Lord, advance the welfare of our nations and deal kindly and justly with all of our community. O Lord, we pray for this meeting and our nation to remain tolerant, united, and loving. O Lord, protect us from evil, inspire and guide us, and defending those who open to abuse. O Lord, most generous, assist us to give in charitable activity and help us to those most in need, and make us more conscious of what is not good for us. O Lord, protect both His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, the President of Zanzibar, and the Chairman of the Revolutionary Council, and Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, from evil and the malevolence of bad people. Ameen. Walhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Shukran, jazakumullahu khair. Thank you, Sheikh Eid. Mheshimiwa Rais, sasa naomba nimkaribishe Padri Dr. Honest Mapendo kwa ajili ya sala naye.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, the creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for entrusting the work of creation to humanity. We thank you for enabling us to participate in this work of creation. We thank you for the leaders that you have granted us. In a special way, we thank you for our President, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, and all who collaborate with him in making sure that the work of creation goes on. We thank you for our leaders, other leaders, our President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, the leaders of East African Community, the ministers, the members of parliament, and all who collaborate in making our world to be a better place to live. We ask you to give them good health of body and mind. We ask you to give them the gift of the Holy Spirit, the gift of understanding, the gift of knowledge, the gift of wisdom, the gift of courage to make good laws that will govern us. We ask you to bless this symposium, bless all the participants, so that whatever they are going to discuss may benefit our world, may benefit our society, may benefit our people. We ask you, good Lord, to be with us and send us your Spirit to guide us. Bless and protect us in all the harms and from all the evil ones. Make our prayer entrusting to you, dear Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Padre Dr. Honest Mapendo, Your Excellency President of Zanzibar, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have distributed translation devices. For those who don't understand Swahili language, please tune your translation device to channel number 3 in order to understand what all we are going to talk about this meeting for today. Mheshimiwa Rais. Katika hatua inayofuata sasa tunao vijana wetu wa burudani ambao wapo hapa na tunatakiwa tuwaone moja katika sehemu ya burudani, lakini wajulisha ni wetu katika sehemu ya utamaduni tulio nao, lakini vile vile ndani yake kuna ujumbe muhimu ambao unaakisi shughuli yetu hii. Naomba vijana wetu sasa tukaribie, tuingie katika ukumbi burudani hii ya Kibati. Karibu sana.
Asema nimeamini we, mdomo haugwishi we. Asema nimeamini we, mdomo haugwishi. Mie nimepita kuuliza karamu ya Zanzibar we, ni nani mpishi? Hemie watu wakanambia Rais Dr. Mwinyi we, ndio maana utamuvo hauishi.
Asema chake vuku chakuwa tauni Dar es Salaam. Asema Mheshimiwa Baba Mwinyi we, Rais wa Zanzibar we, chake waitambua we, shakuwa tauni Dar es Salaam we. Sema Mheshimiwa Baba Halidi chake waitambua, shakuwa tauni Dar es Salaam we. Mwana Maria mwambia mumewe wataonana we, huko kuna kuku watete ya peke jogohana. Basi hongera we baba hongera we, asema hongera we baba hongera we, hongera we baba hongera we, hoya we kwa juhudi zako zidi kung'ara. Hongera baba hongera, hongera baba hongera we, hongera we baba hongera, hoya we kwa juhudi zako zidi kung'ara. Asema mafadhili watafiri na kwa nyuma, mafadhili watafiri na kwa nyuma we, hoya we kaya baki chama changa chamba kima we. Hongera baba hongera, hongera we baba hongera, hongera we baba hongera, hoya we kwa juhudi zako hazidi kung'ara, kwa juhudi zako hazidi kung'ara, kwa juhudi zako hazidi kung'ara. Asema kumbaba ya Zanzibar nikawe kwa pamoja watajadiliana kwa haki. Hata baba na Zanzibar linafanyika Afrika Mashariki wakusanyika we, leo kwa pamoja watajadiliana kwa hakika. Wazajinga kama mbijangalika kama mbijanga kula pangu na kumeza jora nangali chonge kwangu mbake changa kuseni chomo kali kaingia tangana kichamba vulika katamika babu radikali kaingia tanga. Waza kuna vijana kuna bata baba kukungwa chaka, ela musi wale kuku kasigi alipanga mieli pata na mama yake kula kitu na kitu manafasa na jeto chele kuja ndani mbele mwili wa sasa kufuata kwanele kama bandaje ngaka kusandika mishaka milele. Asema karibu Baba Mwinyi tuwasote chereni, sio wanao tumefurahi kasalamu kwa kualikwa ugeni, na wetu kujua Afrika baba wapenda utamaduni. Hichi kikundi chako cha jetu tushapika
uwanjani, si yetu kiwa tuna makosa hapo, tunaomba samahani, maana hatujamwona kuku vo kuchitwa kwa mkiani. Ye baba, hatujamwona kuku kuchinjwa kwa mkiani, basi najua tutakuombea baba, ukiondoka hapa uende nyumbani kwa salama na amani, wewe si yetu. Asema baba, we leo twafurahia we.
Asema kwani kongamano la usafiri wa anga wa Afrika Mashariki Zanzibar lafanyika. Asema kweli kongamano la usafiri wa anga wa Afrika Mashariki lafanyika. Tena ni kongamano la 6 kundaji kumbukumbu na majina hesabika. Asema kumbukumbu na majina hesabika. Wada wa usafiri wa anga wa Afrika Mashariki hapa watakusanyika. Sema Afrika Mashariki usafiri hapa watakusanyika. Tatua ndio taji wa kongamano hili, tena ndio sika koti aka. Hema baba, hongera tunakwambia.
Asema baba Mwinyi kazanati wala usirudi nyuma. Asema baba Mwinyi kazanati wewe rudi nyuma we, na huo wakati wa kuonesha bayana. Sema dhamira yako ya dhati baba, kwa moyo unapambana. Asema ujikali ya kiti ili utangaze jina we, hulali kama roboti, si usiku si mchana. Sema waipambania Zanzibari watu wote tunaona. Asema waipambania Zanzibari watu wote tunaona. Hongera rais wetu, Verde ya kupambana wetu uwanjani nao. Asema baba we twafurahia we.
Asema kila mwenye busara katika shughuli zake bora yetu lazima aje hakiki. Sema mheshimiwa rais we, kwa kila mwenye busara katika shughuli zake lazima aje hakiki. Basi wadau wa usafiri wa anga kwa tuongereze nuvo. Sema kwa Afrika Mashariki tena kuliandaa kongamano la Afrika Mashariki. Asema kuandaa kongamano la Afrika Mashariki, moja hapa kujadiliana kutatua changamoto, pia na kuleta maboresho, tena na kudumisha udugu na urafiki. Asema pia na kudumisha udugu na urafiki, maana tukifanikiwa hivyo Mungu atatubariki pote yetu. Sema makame haji voni wajani ni njuba maneno. Asema kachima baba Mwinyi we, makame haji weni wajani ni njuba maneno. Kwa katika maneno yangu na sitaki sukumo, mie ninafurahi sana kuona rais wangu mpendwa kuntulizana kite kubano. Tena katika shughuli yako ngoma ya kibativu baba kwenye ratiba ikawemo. Basi mamlaka ya usafiri wa anga tunaipongeza mno we. Mamlaka ya usafiri wa anga Tanzania tunaipongeza mno kwa busara za kubwa kuandaa kongamano we. Tena la Afrika Mashariki likafanyika Zanzibar, hili jambo la mfano. Sema likafanyika Mashariki we, hili jambo la mfano. Basi na tutapia hada karibuni, tudumishe wetu tena wetu muungano wesi yetu. Basi sherehe utasherekea viongozi wetu wa kusini watulia. mwatikia vipi? Hongera na sisi wanao wetu hongere. Hata baba Chima, baba Hussein Mwinyi, wewe uongozi wako nchini hauna doa. Sema Mheshimiwa baba rais wetu Hussein Mwinyi, uongozi wako nchini hauna doa. Ila kuna jambo la msingi baba, ni vyema ukaelewa. Maana kikundi katoka utamaduni kwenye hamasa nyingi baba, tunajitolea baba, riziki mafungu 7 ili tunalelewa. Kuna sita wanao baba, tumesahau wawe. Hata baba kuja fungu la 6 wanao tumesahauliwa wawe. Ila kwa busara zako baba, kuamini hatujachelewa. Baba ulielewa, tena utatukumbua baba, utatuunga mkono, tena utatunyanyua. Sema baba utatunga mkono, tena utatunyanyua. Basi baba, mie nitakapokuja hapo baba, nitakupa mkono, nitakwapia kwa miea. Ongera na nimetikia nyerere, ongera na sisi wanawe, waja baba ongera mwanangu, ongera na nimetikia vipi, ongera na sisi wanawe, waja baba ongera mwanangu, ongera na nimetikia nyerere, ongera na sisi wanawe.
Naomba tuwapigie makofi tafadhali kwa wingi sana. Hongereni sana. Hongereni sana kwa kututumwiza, lakini na ujumbe pia kutuletea. Si vibaya kama tutawapashia tena, wapongeze. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi, mimi kama si sababu ya mbili ungeliniona hapa. Kwanza kama sio umri, lakini la pili kubadilisha hizi tena uniform sasa hivi itakuwa muda hakuna, lakini kama sio hivyo ungeliniona na mimi hapa nikiserebuka kidogo, lakini umri ndio huo tena. Mheshimiwa Rais, baada ya burudani hiyo, sasa naomba nitumie nafasi hii kumkaribisha Daktari Mngereza Mzee Miraji, Katibu Mkuu wa Wizara ya Ujenzi, Mawasiliano na Uchukuzi, ambapo atafanya kazi mbili muhimu. Moja ni kusalimia na kutuambia tuliopo hapa na angalau basi taarifa za awali katika mkutano wetu uliotukusanya wote leo hapa. Katibu Mkuu, karibu sana.
Mheshimiwa Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi. Mheshimiwa Rais, jukumu langu kwa shughuli ya leo ni kutoa utambulisho kwa washiriki wa kongamano letu hili la 6 la taasisi za udhibiti na usalama wa usafiri wa anga ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, yani EAC KASOA. Na kauli mbiu ya shughuli yetu hii ya leo, shughuli zetu hii ya siku mbili ni mustakabali wa usafiri wa anga, kudumisha mifumo ya anga yenye ustahimilivu, uendelevu, ubunifu na usalama. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kongamano letu hili limehudhuriwa na washiriki kutoka nchi wanachama wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ambao baadaye nitawataja, na vile vile tuna taasisi na jumuiya za kikanda na za kimataifa zikiwemo Shirika la Kimataifa la Usafiri wa Anga ICAO na Shirika la Usalama wa Anga la Umoja wa Ulaya yani EASA. Mheshimiwa Rais, hivyo kwa heshima na taadhima naomba watambue wageni na wenyeji wetu wa mkutano huu kama ifuatavyo. Tunaanza na Mheshimiwa Dr. Khalid Mohamed, Waziri wa Ujenzi, Mawasiliano na Uchukuzi wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar. Mheshimiwa Farbusa Osman Egal, Waziri wa Uchukuzi, Shirikisho la Jamhuri ya Somalia. Mheshimiwa James Magode Ikuya, Waziri wa Nchi, Masuala ya Afrika Mashariki, Jamhuri ya Uganda. Mheshimiwa Wakili Stephen Liabato, Mbunge na Ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mheshimiwa Joseph Mtakiru, Spika wa Bunge la Afrika Mashariki. Mhandisi Mheshimiwa Mhandisi Zena Ahmed Said, Katibu Baraza la Mapinduzi na Katibu Mkuu Kiongozi wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar. Vilevile natambua uwepo wa kakaangu Mheshimiwa Machano, Mbunge wa Afrika Mashariki kutoka Zanzibar. Wakuu wa vyombo vya ulinzi na wawakilishi wao waliopo hapa, natambua uwepo wao. Vilevile Mheshimiwa Rais, katika shughuli hii tuna mkuu wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi wa Zanzibar, naomba wasimame, makatibu na manaibu makatibu waliopo hapa. Vilevile Mheshimiwa Rais, tuna Bwana Hamza Johari, Vilevile tuna Captain Paul Thoren, mwakilishi kutoka Shirika la Kimataifa la Usafiri wa Anga, yani ICAO RCTP. Vilevile tuna Bwana Yves Koning, mwakilishi kutoka Shirika la Usalama wa Anga Umoja wa Ulaya. Yves, okay, thank you. Mheshimiwa Rais, shughuli yetu hii vilevile ilibarikiwa na viongozi wetu wa dini. Asanteni. Mheshimiwa Rais, vilevile kongamano hili limefadhiliwa na taasisi na mashirika mbalimbali yakiwemo, nitayataja kwa haraka: Mamlaka ya Viwanja vya Ndege Zanzibar, Mkurugenzi Seif yupo hapa; Shirika la Bandari Zanzibar; Shirika la Usalama wa Anga la Umoja wa Ulaya; Kampuni ya Ndege ya Tanzania; Kampuni ya Oric Air; Kampuni ya Precision Air; Mamlaka ya Usafiri wa Anga Tanzania; Mamlaka ya Usafiri wa Anga Kenya; Mamlaka ya Usafiri wa Anga Rwanda; Mamlaka ya Usafiri wa Anga Uganda; Mamlaka ya Usafiri wa Anga Burundi; Kampuni ya Coastal Aviation; Wakala wa Barabara Tanzania; Shirika la Ndege la Kenya; Kampuni ya Ujenzi itwayo Beijing Construction Engineering Group. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa ujumla tuna washiriki kutoka Jamhuri ya Uganda, Jamhuri ya Kenya, Jamhuri ya Rwanda, Jamhuri ya Afrika Kusini, Shirikisho la Jamhuri ya Somalia, Jamhuri ya Sudani Kusini, Jamhuri ya Burundi, Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo na Jamhuri ya Ethiopia pamoja kujitolea usiku na mchana katika kuhakikisha shughuli hii inafanikiwa. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa heshima na taadhima, asante.
Asante sana Katibu Mkuu wa Wizara ya Ujenzi, Mawasiliano na Uchukuzi. Mheshimiwa Rais, sisi tunakufahamu wewe si mwanagenzi wa safari za angani, na tunajua unayokutana nayo kwa angani. Wakati mwingine natamani hapo hapo iteremke chini ndege angalau pumzike. Kwa hivyo mkutano huu, kukutana hapa una umuhimu mkubwa mno, kuangalia usalama, lakini na namna bora ya kutoa huduma katika upande huo, kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo linaunganisha ulimwengu katika wakati wote. Mheshimiwa Rais, baada ya utambulisho na ukaribisho kwa wale wageni wa Zanzibar kutoka kwa Katibu Mkuu wa Wizara hii ya Ujenzi, Mawasiliano na Uchukuzi, sasa nimkaribishe Engineer Richard Gatete, Executive Director of KASOA, naye atoe welcome remarks.
Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and the Chairperson of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Dr. Khalid S. Mohammed, Member of the Revolutionary Council, Minister of Infrastructure, Communication and Transport in the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Mrs. Fadoa Osman Egal, Minister of Transport in the Federal Government of Somalia, Honorable James Magode Ikuya, State Minister for East African Community Affairs in the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar present, Honorable Advocate Stephen L. Jabato, Member of Parliament, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation in the United Republic of Tanzania, Engineer Zena Ahmed Said, Chief Secretary of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Dr. Mungereza Mzee Miraj, Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Communication and Transport in the Federal Government, in the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Principal Secretaries of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Idrissa Kitwana Mustafa, Regional Commissioner of Western Urban, Unguja, Right Honorable Joseph Nachirutimana, Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, Mr. Artemo Ndikumana, Deputy Regional Director of ICAO ISAF, ESC KASOA Board Chair, and Director General of Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority, KASOA board members and former executive directors, Captain Paul Torem, representative from ICAO Regional Safety Oversight Organization Cooperative Platform, Eve Koning, representative from the European Aviation Safety Agency, members of the press, esteemed religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Habari asubuhi na karibu sana katika visiwa vizuri ya Zanzibar. It is my profound honor to welcome you all to the 6th East African Community Aviation Symposium, hosted graciously by the United Republic of Tanzania. This gathering is a testament of our collaborative spirit and shared commitment for advancing aviation safety and security across our region. First, allow me to express my gratitude to our sponsors, including the Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority, our esteemed host, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, Rwanda Civil Aviation Authority, Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, and Burundi Civil Aviation Authority. Special recognition also goes to the European Aviation Safety Agency, who is our platinum sponsor and a key partner. Auric Air Services, our gold sponsor, Air Tanzania Limited, the Tanzania National Roads Agency, and Beijing Construction Group as our bronze sponsors: Coastal Air Services, Precision Air, Kenya Airways, and Zanzibar Airport Authority. Thank you very much. Your support not only makes events like this possible, but also strengthens our collective efforts to maintain resilient, sustainable, innovative, safe and secure aviation systems. I would like to seize this moment to extend my sincere appreciation to the collaborative efforts of the Joint Organizing Committee representing our esteemed hosts, TCA and CASOA, who worked tirelessly to make this event possible. The countless hours spent in meetings, navigating between Dar es Salaam, Entebbe, and Zanzibar have undeniably yielded fruitful results. As we look around, it is evident that we are joined today by a remarkable assembly of minds. Leaders and experts from various aviation stakeholders are here, representing organizations such as the International Civil Aviation Authority, the International Civil Aviation Organization, International Civil Aviation Organization in RCTP, the International Air Transport Association, IATA, the European Aviation Safety Agency, Boeing, SADC Aviation Safety Organization, SASO, African and Malagasy Civil Aviation Authorities, AMAC, Banjul Accord Group Aviation Safety Oversight Organization, Agency for the Aerial Navigation Safety in Africa and Madagascar, SatNav Africa Joint Program Office, airline operators, and many others. This symposium is a unique platform for all of us to exchange insights and exchange experiences, carving a pathway towards harmonizing our aviation frameworks. Through this collaborative effort, we aim to enhance aviation safety and security, not only within our region, but also on a broader scale. In our agenda, which promises to be enlightening and engaging, we will delve into critical topics, including policy matters, technological advancements, harmonization of regulatory frameworks, and enhancement of accident and incident investigation mechanisms. These discussions are not just timely, they are imperative for our future. Your Excellency, Mr. President, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, the Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, CASOA, was established through the signing of the ESC-CASOA Protocol in June 2007 with the principal functions of developing policies on the development of safe, reliable, efficient, and economically viable civil aviation in support of other socio-economic activities in the community. Assisting the partner states in meeting their safety and security oversight obligations and responsibilities under the Chicago Convention and the treaty. It was also established to provide partner states with an appropriate forum and structure such as this to discuss, plan, and implement common measures required for achieving the safe and orderly development of international civil aviation through the implementation of international standards and recommended practices to the safety and security of civil aviation. Over the last 17 years, the agency has endeavored to fulfill its obligation to the community. Deserving of acknowledgement to the community are all the former executive directors of the agency who are in our midst today. Guided by the strategic direction of the Director Generals of Partner States Civil Aviation Authorities, they laid the foundation for this agency. Their invaluable contributions have undeniably molded the regional aviation landscape, leaving an enduring imprint. Through their foresight and stewardship, the agency has thrived and expanded, enhancing aviation safety and security in the region. Their contributions deserve our very much, Executive Directors. Your Excellency, Mr. President, as we build on the firm foundation laid by our predecessors, the vision for the agency in the next 5 years is to elevate KASOA from level 1 regional safety oversight organization to level 2, where the agency will leverage the economies of scale to assume certain oversight responsibilities on behalf of partner states CAAs. This is a transformative journey that extends beyond the harmonization of aviation laws and technical assistance. This strategic shift is pivotal among other developments. It represents a move from an advisory and coordination function to operational assistance, which is poised to enhance the level of safety and security compliance across all member states. In this context, the development of regional aviation legislation is essential. It not only streamlines regulatory processes, but also enhances operational effectiveness and fosters a safer, more secure, and sustainable aviation landscape within the community. At this juncture, Mr. President, I would like to extend a special welcome and express our gratitude to the Speaker of the Eastern African Legislative Assembly, who is present with us today. Your presence here significantly emphasizes the importance of legislative support in advancing our regional aviation objectives. We look forward to your leadership and advocacy in IALA as we present this transformative initiative from the agency. This collaboration is key to achieving a safe, secure, and sustainable aviation sector across the East African community. With these brief remarks, I extend my best wishes to all for a productive and memorable symposium. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Engineer Richard Getete, Executive Director of KASOA. Naomba tumpongeze tena kwa mara nyingine tena kwa kazi nzuri hii. Na Mheshimiwa Rais, baada ya salamu hizo na maelezo hayo kwa ufupi, sasa ni wakati wa kumkaribisha Mr. Hamza S. Johari ambaye ni DG wa TCAA and Chairperson of EAC KASOA Board, ambapo naye anazo salamu muhimu kutoka katika mamlaka hizi. Karibu sana Mr. Johari.
Your Excellency, Honorable President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, Honorable Dr. Khalid S. Mohamed, Minister for Works, Communication and Transport, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Faudosa Osman Igal, Minister of Transport, Federal Republic of Somalia, Honorable James Magoye Ikuya, Minister of State for East African Community Affairs, Honorable Advocate Stephen L. Diabato, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, United Republic of Tanzania, Engineer Zena Ahmed Said, Chief Secretary of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Dr. Mgereza Mzee Miraji, Principal Secretary, Minister of Works, Communication and Transport, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Joseph Ntakirutimana, Speaker of the East African Community Assembly, Engineer Richard Gatete, Executive Director, EAC KASOA, Deputy Regional Director, International Civil Aviation Organization, Eastern and South African Region Office, Mr. Athemon Ndikumana, CASOA board members and former executive directors, Captain Paul Thorem, representative from ICAO RCTP, Yves Konin, representative from IASA, Saif Abdallah Juma, Director General, Zanzibar Airport Authority, of the place, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to you all. I'm very gratified this morning to address this symposium. First of all, Honorable President, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you sincerely. Out of your busy schedule, we all know that you are very, very busy, that you have been able to be with us this morning. And we at EAC CASOA, we value this, and it shows that how you signifies air transport as an important pillar to the realization of the blue of economy strategy that is the one which you are leading. So we thank you so much, Mr. President, umetupa heshima kubwa sana. Asante kwa kuja. At EAC CASOA, we take pride in hosting and facilitating this kind of events, as they are invariably bringing in evolutionary and often very educative atmosphere in global civil aviation industry. Once again, on behalf of EAC CASOA Board, welcome all the participants from all around the world to Zanzibar in the United Republic of Tanzania. I feel proud to be in your midst in the quest for looking at future of aviation in our region that will serve all the communities on the planet. I promise on behalf of the EAC CASOA Board to continue to take active role in adaptation to dynamic nature of our aviation industry. And as rightly said by the Executive Director, the theme for the 6th EAC Aviation Symposium, the future of aviation, maintaining resilient, sustainable, innovative, safe, and secure aviation systems. This is very critical, especially this time around when we are recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, where the industry came to a near halt. We therefore need to look ahead and maintain the resilience that we have seen after coming out of the pandemic. I would like to thank our partner states across the world, sponsors, associates, and well-wishers for participating in this symposium. Their contributions in every form have been indispensable to make this symposium a possibility. We cherish for your support, and we stand proud to sustaining this cooperation in the coming days and months ahead of us. Some of the resolutions that we are going to adopt here will be an action plans that we develop for sustainable way forward. In a very special way, I would like to thank the revolutionary government of Zanzibar for the enormous support provided to ensure this event become a success. Specifically to our Minister, Dr. Khalid S. Mohammed, who has been painstakingly with us during the preparations and all the way, and today we are here for this symposium. Honorable Minister, we thank you so much. The same goes to our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Mgereza, and all the teams that we've been working together to ensure that this event is a success. Your Excellency, Honorable President of Zanzibar and the Chairman of the Revolutionary Government, the Revolutionary Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the role of EAC CASOA is to provide support to EAC states. Mheshimiwa Rais, tulianzisha taasisi hii ili tuunganishe nguvu za pamoja katika kusimamia usafiri wa anga ili uwe salama na endelevu na uweze kusaidia jitihada za serikali zetu katika kuleta uchumi endelevu. And we believe it's only through that way that when we can overcome our common challenges. Through the assistance of CASOA, the region has witnessed improved levels of effective implementation of standards and recommended practices amongst partner states. Most partner states in EAC are above global average of 60%. The agency also assists the partner states in making model regulations from the ICAO technical annexes and related documents. This further assists partner states in quick adaptation of the model regulation into their respective operating regulations. We have also seen significant improvement in the security area in the partner states, where one of the member states, with the support of these agents, was able to improve its safety performance from less than 2% to over 68% in the International Civil Aviation Organization Universal Security Audit Program Continuous Monitoring Approach. The agency has also operationalized a Center for Aviation Medicine. And this Center for Aviation Medicine is located in Nairobi. And we have been able to establish this center due to our collaborative efforts as EAC CASOA. Your Excellency, Honorable President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the EAC CASOA has taken meaningful measures to ensure we are alive to environmental protection and climate change issues. In this respect, we need to be aware of legal aspects of aviation sustainability and carbon emission reduction going forward. I would admit here that International Civil Aviation Organization, which is our global organization, is taking greater role in establishing measures to respond to the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international civil aviation, famous as CORSIA. Your Excellency, Honorable President, the EAC CASOA, as a regional safety oversight organization, we are aware of the potential security threats that needs to be addressed at both national and international levels in collaboration with our important stakeholders and the service providers, including governments and international civil aviation organizations. In this respect, at CASOA, we are at liberty to offer assistance in facilitating the processes to enhance security in a collaborative manner in any partner state with that approach that we've been doing before. Honorable President, in as much as we have those successes, we still have some challenges as financial constraints, which requires sustainable funding mechanism, delayed liberalization of air transport services, making air transport services expensive in some areas, the slow integration of partner states, which limits free movements of East African citizens, goods and services, but we are working together to overcome these challenges. Your Excellency, Honorable President, I take this opportunity to reassert the support of EAC CASOA in facilitating emergence of disruptive technologies for wider benefit of the citizens of the world. As CASOA, we will continue to demonstrate our support and cooperation even in situation of dilemma surrounded by uncertainties brought by emerging technologies. Honorable President, we assure you we will never relent in providing support and cooperation where new challenges emerge. To us, this is a noble duty. We will remain vigilant as a regional body and reassure you of steadfast promotion of technological advancement globally. Your Excellency, Honorable President, let me take this opportunity on behalf of Kasoa Board to congratulate the government of Zanzibar for the efforts that you are deploying for the development of air transport in Zanzibar. The construction of the state-of-the-art Terminal 3, which is now operational, is one of the evidence that the revolutionary government of Zanzibar gives air transport the pivotal importance that it deserves. And we've also witnessed and seen the ongoing state-of-the-art Pemba Airport project, of which when we were going through the exhibition area, we saw what is going to be the Pemba Airport. And in the near future, we are going to have this state-of-the-art Pemba Airport. But also the development of Nungwi Airport. That is a very important strategical move for the government to have that airport coming into being. And we believe that once it is operational, it is going to support our blue economy strategy tremendously. But also the development of Kizimkazi Port that is going to bring about the multimodal concept linking aviation and maritime. Mheshimiwa Rais, asante sana na tunakuunga mkono kwa jitihada zako hizi kubwa unazozifanya ambazo zitahakikisha kwamba usafiri wa chachu wa kuleta maendeleo ya kiuchumi katika taifa letu na ukanda wetu kwa ujumla. Having said these few words, let me take this opportunity once again to thank you so much, Honorable President, to be here with us. And we are going to develop a number of resolutions here. Maybe we will name some of them Zanzibar resolutions, so that when we will be implementing them, we will be remembering and honoring your presence this morning today. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you so much.
Asante na hongera sana pia Mr. Hamza kwa maelezo hayo, na hongera pia kwa maamuzi mazuri sana kama wa Afrika katika kufikia hatua za kiuchumi na kufikia maendeleo ya pamoja. Naomba tujipongeze pamoja wote kama wa Afrika. Na Mheshimiwa Rais, baada ya maelezo hayo ya kina na ya kitaalamu zaidi yaliyotolewa na Mr. Hamza ambaye ni DG wa TCAA pamoja na chairperson of ESC Kasoa, tunakushukuru sana, na hii ndio faida mheshimiwa ya kuwa na rasilimali zetu za ndani, wataalamu ambao ni wazalendo. Mheshimiwa Rais, baada ya maelezo hayo, sasa nina heshima ya kumkaribisha Mr. Athemon Ndikumana ambaye ni Deputy Regional Director of ICAO and ESAF.
Your Excellency Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of the United, no, I'm sorry, President of Zanzibar, different ministers from various states of East African State Assembly, different members of National Assembly, different members of government from EAC, Speaker of East African Assembly, different DGs from EAC, Mr. Engineer Katete, ED Kasowa, DG, ECA, ladies and gentlemen, especially all protocol observed, good morning. On behalf of the President of the Council of International Civil Aviation, as well as the Secretary General of the ICAO, together with the community at ISAF Regional Office, I wish to express my heartfelt appreciation to the government of Tanzania and especially the people of Zanzibar through you, Your Excellency, for the warm hospitality extended to us in this beautiful island. Let me also extend my sincere appreciation to the East African Community Secretariat for organizing this aviation symposium consecutively over the 6 years since its inception. This shows their commitment to the aviation sector, the role they are playing in the regional and the continental economic and social development. The theme of the symposium, the future aviation, maintaining resilient, sustainable, innovative, safe and secure aviation, is in line with International Civil Aviation Organization strategic objectives and the various initiatives that have been implemented globally, regionally in Africa, including the East African region. The performance of safety oversight in the East African Community Partner States has been improving over the years. Two of the East African Partner States, namely Rwanda and Kenya, have already achieved the projected 2024 target of 75% effective implementation, which is now in line with the Global Aviation Safety Plan, commonly known as GASP. The current average of effective implementation for East African Community Partner States is around 68, which is somehow below the world average, standing at 69. But all member states except one have an EI of above 64. It is worth mentioning that in the recent Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program conducted in the region, Uganda reached an effective implementation of 72%. Unfortunately, while an SSC in ANS, Air Navigation Services, was identified in one of the EAC member states. Initiatives towards establishing an effective safety oversight system are being undertaken by South Sudan and Somalia. these two states have not yet been audited by ICAO. Currently, the CASOA partner states' most challenging critical elements with the lowest group of effective implementations are the CE8, which is the resolution of safety issues standing at 37, surveillance obligation standing at 47, and the qualification of technical personnel standing at 59. In terms of audit areas, the CASOA partner states, or rather the EAC partner states, most challenging with the lowest group of implementation, effective implementations are: number one, accident, aircraft accident and incident investigation, commonly known as AIG, standing at 39, the aerodrome and the ground aids, standing at 55, and the air navigation services, standing at 59. Consequently, CASOA is urged to maintain and even enhance the excellent job of collaboratively working with its partner states to improve these cited challenges areas and any other safety issues. In the areas of the air navigation capacity, the East African community is actively participating in many regional activities. Free routing airspace in the AFI Eastern Cluster is in the advanced state of maturity, which will provide airspace users even greater flexibility for route planning and efficiency. With the emphasis of trajectory-based operations, safety, predictability, and cost saving will be ensured. The bilateral cooperation and the collaboration among the East African partner states is one of the key strengths that should be appreciated. In this regard, I cannot fail to mention the good service that the Republic of Tanzania gave to Rwanda until recently and is still giving to Burundi in managing the upper airspace of the two countries. ICAO encourages such bilateral cooperation to expand to a multi-level covering many or why not all states of the community. In the area of AGA, the East which is the aerodrome and ground airs, the East African states have continued to maintain an upward trend in certification of the international aerodromes, with Uganda having recently issued a certificate to Entebbe International Airport. However, there are East African community states that are yet to certify at least one international airport, and I wish to call upon CASOA to support the states to achieve this very important milestone in aviation. ICAO is willing to work with the states and this CASOA to ensure that aerodromes that are yet to be certified attain certification status under a well-established national regulatory framework. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, East African states' performance in aviation security audits, commonly known as USAP CMA, is impressive, with several states achieving effective implementation of critical elements above the global level. This is a very great achievement that I think is even the first one where a global implementation effective is above the global level. So we should be proud of this. I would cite some of examples to support this objective or this achievement, like Rwanda recently received technical support from CASOA in collaboration with our office, like our regional offices, for future security audits known as USAPCM, even though two states, again, South Sudan and Somalia in the community are yet to undergo the USAPCM audit, but are scheduled for support in 2024. Some EAC states like Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda are members of the ICAO Public Directory, commonly known as the PKD, for e-passport authentications, and the others are encouraged to join. Only Rwanda is implementing advanced passenger information known as API out of all EAC states, with no states currently implementing passenger name record known as PNR. The 75th anniversary of Annex 9 in 2024 is an opportunity for ICAO to collaborate with member states to improve air passenger experiences by improving the implementation of Annex 9 standards which are related to the facilitation. I am delighted that over 70% of EAC states have volunteered for the first phase of ICAO COSIA, as it was mentioned by the DG Tanzania, demonstrating leadership in CO2 emission reduction. I encourage all states to consider joining this collaborative effort. Regarding the state action plans, while I commend states already submitted, others due for renewal or development are encouraged to seek guidance and even support from our office at ESAF regional offices. As you are aware, sustainable aviation fuels are crucial for decarbonization, and African participation in self-development and deployment is encouraged. The ACT SAF program is a valuable resource, and our office is always available to assist you in navigating this area. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like also to recall the protocol to amend the Convention on Offenses and certain other acts committed on board aircraft done at Montreal on 4th April 2014, commonly known as the Montreal Protocol. The Montreal Protocol 2014 amends the Convention on Offenses and certain other acts committed on board aircraft signed at Tokyo on 14 September 1963 by significantly improving the ability of states to expand jurisdiction over acts to include not only the state of registration, but also the state of landing and the state of the operator, thereby remedying jurisdictional gaps that hinder the effective prosecution of offenses occurring on international flights. The treaty, which entered into force on 1st January 2020, has been ratified by 48 states from all states of the world. As the incidence of passengers unruly and disruptive behavior on board aircraft continue at unprecedented levels, there remains a pressing need for more states to ratify this protocol in line with the Assembly Resolution A41-4, by which the Assembly urges all contracting states, which so far have not done so, to ratify the Montreal Protocol 2014 as soon as possible. This is also extended to EAC partner states, as only 2 states have so far ratified the protocol. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our pledge at ICAO is to strengthen the collaboration and the work with Regional Economic Commission, Regional Safety Oversight Organization, such as EAC, partner states and stakeholders to forge a sustainable, innovative, safe and secure aviation in the region and beyond, as clearly stated in Symposium theme. I wish you fruitful deliberation, and I look forward to greater progress on the development of sustainable, safe, and secure aviation throughout the region. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Asante sana Mr. Athenom kwa taarifa hizo kutoka ICAO pamoja na ASAF. Mheshimiwa Rais, ukitazama tangu wazungumzaji waliotangulia hapa juu mpaka kufika kwa Mr. Athenom, wote utakuta wanazungumzia, lakini miongoni mwao katika mazungumzo hayo wanazungumzia swala la umoja, wanazungumzia swala la security, wanazungumzia swala la auditing. Utaona ni kiasi gani kwamba wanahitaji tuwe pamoja, na ule msemo tunaosema Waswahili kwamba umoja ni nguvu na utengano ni udhaifu una akisi katika kile ambacho nakizungumza, kama tunahitaji kuwa umoja ili kufika katika hatua kubwa ya maendeleo Afrika kwa ujumla. Naomba tujipongeze kwa kufikia hayo na kufikiri mambo hayo ya msingi sana. Mheshimiwa Rais, baada ya salamu hizo na taarifa muhimu kutoka kwa Deputy Regional Director of ICAO and ISAF, sasa ni wakati wa kumkaribisha Honorable Joseph Ntakiru Timana, Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly, na kutoa salamu za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki.
Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Chief Executive of KESOA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, leaders present here, good morning. I had a speech written by my colleagues, but I apologize, I will not read it. Because as a speaker, I had committees which are doing what we call oversight. They go in different partner states, they investigate, get witnesses to make sure that EAC treaty is implemented correctly. So I have one of those committees, the CTI. CTI means communication, trade, and investment. They made their investigations, they made their oversight, and they reported to my house. I will address you the challenges they reported to me. One, they recognized that KESOA had made tremendous effort and progress in their activities. Second, and they insisted a lot, one, the East Africans from the partner states, from Uganda, from Burundi, from DRC, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, all the East African partner states. These citizens do not understand your technical language, safety, audit. What else? My brother there is, they don't understand that. They have all been urging us as Member of Parliament. They told us, please, we are suffering. The cost of our ticket in East Africa is high, and it is killing us. One, I had a meeting, my committee on legal is meeting in Arusha today. Of course, each committee is made by members from partner states. You know, they are sending me MPs. But because of the cost of the ticket, I have 3 members from DRC who couldn't participate because of that cost. They decided to follow the meeting virtually, Zoom. From Kinshasa to Arusha, the cost of ticket, the flight business, is $2,500. I have 3 members. We had to pay something like $8,000. And I had a meeting yesterday with guests from Uganda Parliament, and they told me, Speaker, we have been flying from Kampala to Washington, and we paid less than $2,000. I am from Burundi, and I know that from Bujumbura to Arusha, I pay more than $1,000 sometimes. And when I fly to Nairobi, economy, I do not pay less than $500. But when I'm flying to Dubai, how much do I pay? Sometimes $500. So they urged us as their representative, members of parliament, they urged us to do everything we can do to get done. And we will be implementing our treaty, our protocols, because the treaty recommended free movement of people and of goods. This is one. Second, they said that they could be flying as East Africans. They're talking about that dream. When we had EAC1, we had this East African Airlines. They dreamed that one day they'd be flying East African wings. As we are in one community, they asked us to work on that. And third, that with East African wings, they could fly not only to China or India, or, some East African partner states are flying to Europe, even to America. They wish that this East African wings should fly everywhere with East African citizens. Excellency, President of Zanzibar, honorable ministers, Member of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my speech will not be long. I just reported to you what East African citizens asked us to do. Thank you.
However, the speaker, everybody's laughing now because, of course, you didn't read the speech written by your colleague, but what he spoke here is very important. And I think it collects everything. And all of us understand what you said. And I think it's very important, it's concrete points, right? Of course. And I think maybe from today or from now, we will take the step ahead to solve it. And Your Excellency President of Zanzibar, maybe you're going to be the first one to take action as the President of Zanzibar, and you may convince the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and East Africa in general, and Africa in general. I think because we know you very well. Mheshimiwa Rais, basi baada ya hayo ambayo Mheshimiwa Spika amesema hana hotuba, na kweli hakuisoma hotuba hiyo, lakini aliyosema ni kama hivyo tulivyosema kwa ufupi, ni muhimu sana. Sasa nimkaribishe Mheshimiwa Dr. Khalid Salum Mohamed, Waziri wa Ujenzi, Mawasiliano na Uchukuzi, kwa lengo la kuzungumza na kutoa salamu za wizara, lakini baada ya hapo akukaribishe Mheshimiwa Rais wetu wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi ambaye ndiye mgeni wetu rasmi wa shughuli hii ili kutufungulia mkutano wetu. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Mheshimiwa Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi, Mheshimiwa James Magoda Ikuyu, Waziri wa Mambo ya East Africa Community kutoka Uganda, Mheshimiwa Fardausa Osman Ega, Waziri wa Usafiri wa Somalia, Mheshimiwa Stefan Diabato, Mbunge, Naibu Waziri wa Mambo ya Nje na Ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Spika wa Bunge la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, Mheshimiwa Joseph Mtakirutima, Katibu Mkuu wa Baraza la Mapinduzi na Katibu Mkuu Kiongozi, Mheshimiwa Mhandisi Zena Ahmed Said, Katibu Mkuu wa Wizara ya Ujenzi, Mawasiliano na Uchukuzi, Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar, Dr. Mngereza Mzee Miraji, ndugu yangu Hamza Johari, mwenyekiti wa bodi ya wakurugenzi wa Taasisi ya Udhibiti wa Usalama wa Usafiri wa Anga, Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, East Africa Community KASOA, lakini pia ni mwenyekiti wa shirika la uongozaji ndege Afrika Council na mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya usafiri wa anga Tanzania, Engineer Richard Gatete, mkurugenzi mtendaji wa Taasisi ya Udhibiti wa Usalama wa Usafiri wa Anga wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, naibu mkurugenzi wa kanda Ofisi ya Shirika la Kimataifa la Usafiri wa Kanda ya Afrika na Kusini mwa Afrika, Antheman Ndikumana, wajumbe wa bodi wote mliopo, wawakilishi wa secretariat mliopo, mwakilishi kutoka shirika la kusimamia usalama la kundi la Banjula Court, viongozi wa dini mliopo na washiriki wote, assalamu alaikum. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, mengi yameshasema ya utambulisho tayari yameshatolewa na katibu mkuu wa wizara yetu, lakini pia mwenyekiti ameshazungumza mambo mengi ya kitaalamu, katibu mtendaji, lakini pia spika wa bunge amezungumza kwa kifupi, lakini jambo ambalo limesisimua ni la kweli, swala la bei. Na sasa swala la bei, mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kama si bei, basi idadi ya wasafiri wanaotumia usafiri wa anga wangekuwa wengi sana. Hivi sasa tunakadiria zaidi ya abiria milioni 3 wanasafiri kila siku kwa anga duniani. Sasa pamoja na kwamba bei juu, lakini idadi ya abiria ni kubwa, na zipo sababu zinazopelekea kwamba abiria wawe wengi. Watu wengi wanachukulia usafiri wa anga, na ndivyo ilivyo, kwamba ni usafiri salama, usafiri wa haraka, lakini pia ni punctual. Sasa mheshimiwa, kongamano hili linazungumzia mada muhimu sana ya usalama, na swala la usalama si swala la kupuuzia, kwa sababu wengi ya hawa abiria wanaosafiri, swala kubwa wanalojiuliza, nitafika safari yangu salama? Na ndugu yangu Abubakar Harith hapa alisema, kwa tunaosafiri mara nyingi sana ukipata msukosuko kule juu, abiria wote hunyamaza kimya, na unahisi japo kwamba hawaelezi, lakini unahisi kwamba kila mtu ana hofu. Sasa hili ni jambo muhimu sana, salama, bei, lakini pia kuimarisha connectivity katika continent yetu. Haya ni mambo muhimu, na naamini yatapata nafasi ya kujadiliwa katika mkutano. Lakini mheshimiwa, nichukue fursa hii kukushukuru sana, kushukuru wewe binafsi kwa kutenga muda wako wa kuwa nasi, na kwa kweli inaashiria kabisa kwamba umetilia maanani sana mkutano huu, lakini unajali suala zima la kushughulikia masuala ya usalama. Tunakushukuru sana mheshimiwa. Lakini pia niwashukuru sana waandaaji wa kongamano hili, lakini pia na washiriki wote walioweza kushiriki. Sisi kama wizara inayohusika na masuala haya ya usafiri wa anga tunatilia maanani sana masuala ya usalama, na tunatilia maanani suala zima la kujenga uwezo wa taasisi zetu katika kusimamia suala zima la usalama wa usafiri wa anga. Tutaendelea kutoa ushirikiano sisi kama wizara inayohusika na masuala ya anga kwa serikali ya mapinduzi ya Zanzibar, lakini pia kwa kushirikiana na wenzetu serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, lakini kwa kushirikiana pia na mamlaka zetu ikiwemo TCA. Kwa vile mheshimiwa mengi yameshasema, nisingependa kuchukua muda zaidi, lakini nitumie fursa hii kwa heshima na taadhima nikukaribishe rasmi uweze kutoa hotuba yako, lakini hatimaye utufungulie kongamano hili la siku 2. Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu tafadhali.
Mheshimiwa Spika wa Bunge la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, Mheshimiwa Joseph Ntakirutimana, jina gumu kidogo. Mheshimiwa Dr. Khalid Salum Mohamed, Waziri wa Ujenzi, Mawasiliano na Uchukuzi wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar. Mheshimiwa James Ikuyu, Waziri wa Nchi anayeshughulikia masuala ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki wa Uganda. Mheshimiwa Firdausa Osman Igal, Waziri wa Uchukuzi wa Somalia. Mheshimiwa Stephen Biabato, Naibu Waziri wa Mambo ya Nje na Ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki wa Tanzania. Katibu Mkuu Kiongozi na Katibu wa Baraza la Mapinduzi, makatibu wakuu na naibu makatibu wakuu mliopo, waheshimiwa wabunge na wawakilishi mliopo hapa, ndugu Hamza Johari, mwenyekiti wa bodi ya wakurugenzi ya Taasisi ya Udhibiti wa Usalama wa Usafiri wa Anga wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na mkurugenzi mkuu wa TCAA, Mhandisi Richard Gatete, mkurugenzi mtendaji wa Taasisi ya Udhibiti wa Usalama wa Usafiri wa Anga wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, mwakilishi wa Shirika la Kimataifa la Usafiri wa Anga ICAO, mwakilishi wa Shirika la Usalama wa Anga la Umoja wa Ulaya, ndugu waandishi wa habari, wageni waalikwa, washiriki wa kongamano, mabibi na mabwana, assalamu alaikum. Kwa kuwa mkutano huu ni wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tumeona ni vyema tuzungumze kwa Kiswahili. Ni mategemeo yangu kwamba walio wengi wanaelewa Kiswahili, basi taratibu wa tafsiri au kalimani upo, nadhani wataweza kupata huduma hiyo. Naomba nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema kwa kutujalia uhai na afya njema na kutuwezesha kuhudhuria katika kongamano hili la 6 la usafiri wa anga la Jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki. Kwa niaba ya serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar, napenda kuwakaribisha washiriki wote hapa Zanzibar. Nafurahi kujumuika nanyi katika hafla ya ufunguzi wa kongamano hili la 6 la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki la usafiri wa anga lenye kauli mbiu isemayo mustakbal wa usafiri wa anga, kudumisha mifumo ya usafiri wa anga yenye uendelevu, ubunifu na usalama. Napenda pia kutoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa nchi washiriki na bodi ya Taasisi ya Udhibiti wa Usalama wa Usafiri wa Anga wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, yani EAC KASOA, kwa kuipa nafasi Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania ya kuandaa kongamano hili. Wageni waalikwa na ndugu washiriki wa kongamano, kama inavyofahamika, moja ya malengo ya KASOA ni kuzisaidia nchi wanachama katika kutimiza majukumu yao ya udhibiti wa usalama chini ya mkataba wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na mkataba wa Chicago. Kwa hakika, uandaaji wa kongamano hili na ushiriki wenu hapa ni utekelezaji wa malengo ya Taasisi ya Udhibiti wa Usalama wa Usafiri wa Anga wa Jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki. Napenda nikupongezeni sana kwa kuwa makini katika kuhakikisha mnayafanikisha na kuyatekeleza ipasavyo malengo ya jumuiya hii. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania inatambua jukumu muhimu la KASOA katika kuimarisha uwezo wa taasisi za usimamizi wa usalama wa usafiri wa anga kwa nchi wanachama wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Nchi yetu inaendelea kunufaika na uhusiano mzuri wa kufanya kazi na KASOA pamoja na nchi zote wanachama wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki unaozingatia dira ya pamoja na uelewa wa kina kwa malengo ya usalama wa anga na kwa maendeleo ya mataifa yetu. Wageni waalikwa na washiriki wa kongamano, sekta ya utalii ina mchango mkubwa katika maendeleo ya uchumi wa nchi yetu, na usafiri wa anga ndio kichocheo kikuu cha ukuaji wa uchumi huo. Ili tufikie malengo tuliyojiwekea katika utalii na biashara, tunatakiwa kuisaidia ipasavyo sekta ya usafiri wa anga. Kwa sababu hiyo, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania inazingatia mikataba yote ya usafiri wa anga ya kimataifa ili kuhakikisha ukuaji wa sekta hiyo. Nchi yetu inajivunia mafanikio ambayo yamefikiwa katika sekta ya usafiri wa anga. Nachukua fursa hii kuwataka wadau wa usafiri wa anga kuimarisha ushirikiano ili kuhakikisha sekta hiyo inaendelea kukua. Hapa napenda niorodheshe baadhi ya mafanikio yaliyopatikana na serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania katika sekta hii ya usafiri wa anga. Kwanza, Tanzania imeendelea kushirikiana na nchi washirika chini ya mwamvuli wa Taasisi ya Udhibiti wa Usalama wa Usafiri wa Anga ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki katika kuainisha kanuni za usafiri wa anga ndani ya ukanda wetu kwa lengo la kuainisha taratibu, kuimarisha usalama na kuongeza ufanisi. Ni dhahiri kwamba tumefikia hatua kubwa katika juhudi zetu za kuainisha kanuni. Hata hivyo, tusipuuze changamoto zilizobaki kama vile kutofautiana kwa kanuni na usimamizi wa utekelezaji wake. Changamoto hizi zinahitaji umakini wetu wa pamoja na hatua za pamoja ili kuzimaliza. Pili, katika kutekeleza lengo lake la kuhakikisha usalama na ufanisi, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania imepata asilimia 87 katika mpango wa kimataifa wa ukaguzi wa usalama, yaani Universal Security Audit Program Continuous Monitoring Approach, uliofanywa na shirika la kimataifa la usafiri wa anga ICAO mwaka jana. Lengo la ukaguzi huu ni kukuza usalama wa usafiri wa anga duniani kupitia ukaguzi na ufuatiliaji wa mara kwa mara wa utendaji wa nchi wanachama. Hapa tumeonyesha kujitolea kwetu katika kutekeleza wajibu wetu chini ya mkataba. Tatu, tumeboresha upatikanaji wa masafa ya mbali, yani very high frequency, unaojumuisha ufungaji wa vituo 18 vipya vya redio katika viwanja vya ndege 12 na uwekaji wa mifumo ya vinasa sauti katika viwanja 4 vya ndege. Uwekaji wa mfumo wa kutua kwa ndege, yani instrument landing system, katika uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume ni ushahidi wa wazi wa nia yetu ya kuifanya usafiri wa anga kuwa salama na hivyo kuwa mwezeshaji wa sekta ya utalii ambayo kama nilivyosema awali ni muhimu kwa maendeleo ya taifa letu. Wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, napenda pia kuelezea hatua iliyofikiwa
na Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar katika ukuaji wa sekta ya usafiri wa anga kwa kutekeleza miradi kadhaa kama ifuatavyo. Kwanza, kukamilisha mradi wa ujenzi wa jengo jipya la abiria Terminal 3 katika uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume. Jengo hili sasa linafanya kazi kikamilifu na limeweza kupatikana kwa ufanisi mkubwa wa huduma za usafiri wa anga hapa Zanzibar tokea kuanza kutumika kwake. Pili ni kuanza ujenzi wa jengo jipya la abiria yani Terminal 2 katika uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume. Jengo lililopo sasa lilijengwa mwaka 1974. Hivyo serikali imeanza mradi wa ujenzi wa jengo jipya lenye ukubwa wa mita za mraba 16,000 na lenye uwezo wa kuhudumia zaidi ya abiria 1,300,000 kwa mwaka. Ujenzi huu utakwenda sambamba na ujenzi wa sehemu ya kuegesha magari.
Ilianza Januari mwaka huu na inatarajiwa kumalizika katika muda wa miezi 18. Tatu, mradi wa ujenzi, ukarabati na uboreshaji wa jengo la zamani la Terminal 1 katika uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume. Jengo hili lilijengwa katika miaka ya 50. Mpango wetu ni kuliboresha kwa viwango vya kimataifa ili liweze kutuongezea uwezo wa kuhudumia mahitaji yanayoongezeka kwa umma. 4. Mradi wa ujenzi wa jengo la biashara katika jengo la 3 la abiria kwenye uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume kwa lengo la kuboresha huduma za biashara katika uwanja huo ili lilingane na ongezeko kubwa la uhitaji wa maeneo ya biashara na ofisi. Jengo hili la biashara litakuwa na maduka, mikahawa, huduma za kibenki na ofisi. 5. Mradi wa ujenzi wa eneo la kuhifadhi na kusafirisha bidhaa, yani logistic center, katika uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume. Serikali kwa kushirikiana na sekta binafsi imeanza kazi ya ujenzi wa kituo cha kuhifadhi chakula na logistic center inayojengwa ndani ya uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume kwa ajili ya kuhifadhi na kusafirisha mizigo, hasa vyakula vinavyoharibika kwa haraka, yani perishable goods. Namba 6. Mradi wa ujenzi wa vituo vipya vya kutolea huduma za mafuta ya ndege, yani fuel pump, katika uwanja wa ndege wa kimataifa wa Verde Amani Karume. Kama mnavyofahamu, uwanja huu wa ndege wa Verde Amani Karume kwa sasa una kituo kimoja tu cha huduma za mafuta ya ndege. Serikali imeamua kuongeza vituo vingine vitatu ili kuruhusu ushindani wa utoaji wa huduma hii ili kupata unafuu wa bei kwa mashirika ya ndege. Katika kufanikisha hili, serikali imeingia mkataba na makampuni ya Oilcom, GBP na Lake Oil. 7. Mradi wa ujenzi na upanuzi wa kiwanja cha ndege cha Pemba unaojumuisha upanuzi wa urefu wa njia ya kurukia ndege kutoka mita 1.5 hadi mita 2.5, ujenzi wa maegesho ya ndege yani apron yenye uwezo wa kuchukua ndege 2 kubwa za code C na 8 ndogo za code B, na ujenzi wa jengo jipya la abiria lenye ukubwa wa mita za mraba 9170. Mradi huo pia unajumuisha ujenzi wa maegesho ya gari, eneo la biashara na jengo jipya la kuongozea ndege. Mradi huu unatarajiwa kuanza hivi karibuni. Na 8. Mradi wa ujenzi wa kiwanja cha ndege cha Nungwi unaolenga kuhudumia zaidi shughuli za utalii zinazoongezeka hapa Zanzibar. Wageni waalikwa na washiriki wa kongamano. Katika kongamano la 5 la usafiri wa anga la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki lililofanyika Bujumbura, Burundi, kuanzia tarehe 27 hadi 28 Februari 2022, lilikuwa ni fursa muhimu kwa nchi wanachama wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na wadau wa usafiri wa anga kuweza kujadili masuala yanayohusu usalama wa anga katika ukanda wetu na dunia kwa ujumla. Hivyo, pamoja na mambo mengine, kongamano hili la 6 litoe fursa ya kutathmini utekelezaji wa maazimio ya kongamano lile na kuunganisha na mada mpya za kongamano hili la 6. Nimefurahi kuona kuwa katika mpango wa kongamano hili la 6 zipo mada mbalimbali zinazohusiana na usalama, mfumo wa udhibiti, ulinzi wa mazingira na ubunifu wa teknolojia. Napenda kuwahimiza washiriki wote wa kongamano hili kujadili na kutoa mapendekezo sio tu juu ya jinsi changamoto zilizoainishwa katika maeneo hayo zinavyoweza kutatuliwa, bali pia kubainisha jinsi fursa zinazohusiana na maeneo hayo zinavyoweza kutumika kikamilifu kwa manufaa ya nchi zetu za Afrika ya Mashariki. Ndugu wageni waalikwa, ndugu washiriki, mabibi na mabwana, pamoja na kubanwa na ratiba ya kongamano, napenda kuwahimiza kutafuta muda ili kutembelea vivutio mbalimbali vilivyopo hapa Zanzibar. Nchi yetu imejaliwa kuwa na vivutio vingi vya kitalii, ikiwa ni pamoja na mji mkongwe, fukwe za kuvutia, majengo ya kihistoria na mambo mbalimbali ya kiutamaduni ambayo mtayafurahia na kuwapa kumbukumbu nzuri ya kuwepo kwenu hapa Zanzibar. Wenyeji wenu kwa kushirikiana na maafisa wetu kutoka Kamisheni ya Utalii Zanzibar watafurahi kuwasaidia katika mipango yenu ya matembezi ya maeneo ya utalii. Tafadhali msiache kuitumia fursa hiyo sambamba na kushiriki katika kongamano hili. Napenda kumalizia hotuba yangu kwa kutoa shukrani tena kwa kunialika kwa mgeni rasmi katika ufunguzi wa kongamano hili. Napenda kuwatambua na kuwashukuru wadau wote ambao kwa njia moja ama nyingine wameunga mkono katika kufanikisha tukio hili. Napenda kutumia fursa hii kuhakikishia nyote ushirikiano wa karibu kwa manufaa ya sekta ya usafiri wa anga katika ukanda wetu na kwingineko duniani. Na kutakieni nyote ushiriki mwema na mafanikio katika kongamano hili. Baada ya kusema haya, Sasa napenda kuchukua fursa hii kutangaza kuwa kongamano la 6 la usafiri wa anga la Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki limefunguliwa rasmi. Asanteni sana kwa kusikiliza.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Zanzibar na Mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi. Naomba sasa tumpongeze tena kwa mara nyingine. Mheshimiwa, tunakushukuru kwa hotuba hii ambayo umeitoa ya ufunguzi. Kama tulivyosema mapema, sisi tutakuwa hapa kwa siku 2 ili kujadiliana kwa kina katika mambo haya ya usalama, lakini na kutazama zile fursa zetu za maendeleo katika kukuza nchi zetu na kufikia hatua kubwa ya maendeleo haya. Mheshimiwa Rais, katika hatua iliyobakia sasa ni upigaji wetu wa picha za kumbukumbu kama ada ilivyo, ili iwe sehemu pia ya kumbukumbu nzuri kwa waliokuja Zanzibar leo, kwa wale ambao ni mara ya kwanza, lakini hata wale walio wenyeji. Mheshimiwa Rais amesema mtembelee vivutio vya utalii, lakini Zanzibar ni njema atakayena na hata mkipendezwa na kuunganisha damu hapa si vibaya, kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo liko huru ile duniani kokote unakotaka. Kwa hivyo mnaweza mkatumia fursa kabisa hii ya kuengage. Mheshimiwa Rais, picha zetu za leo zitakuwa kama ifuatavyo. Ya kwanza itakuwa na meza kuu. Picha yetu ya pili itakuwa ni meza kuu pamoja na delegation ambayo imetoka nje, kwa maana wale mawaziri walitoka nje ya Tanzania, makatibu wakuu pamoja na manaibu makatibu wakuu mliopo, Kasoa board members ambao mpo, wakurugenzi kutoka taasisi za serikali na hata binafsi mliopo, na mwisho tutakuwa na kamati ya maandalizi ya mwisho. Sasa utaratibu wetu tuandae kwa hatua hiyo. Na maafisa mtakao kuja kupiga picha tutaomba mpite kulia kwa Mheshimiwa Rais, alafu tutatoka kushoto kwa Mheshimiwa Rais ili kuweka utaratibu huu mzuri. Ninawaomba sasa makatibu wakuu na wale makatibu wakuu mliopo kwenye jukwaa kupiga picha za kumbukumbu. Karibu makatibu wakuu na wale makatibu wakuu tupande juu ya jukwaa. Alafu ijiandae Kasoa board members ambao mpo. Bodi mtapiga picha baada ya picha ya makatibu wakuu na manaibu makatibu wakuu. Asante na washukuru. Tutasoma board members. Board members, sasa naomba niwakaribishe wakurugenzi leo wa taasisi zetu za serikali na taasisi binafsi, mashirika, kampani ambazo zimealikwa katika ufunguzi wetu na mkutano kwa ujumla unaofanyika kwa sasa. Sogei karibu sasa. Wanasema asante sana mkurugenzi. Asante sana kwa kamati. Sasa mashirika ya kimataifa, international organizations, zote ambazo zimekuja, international organization, development partners, wetu ambao Wow. I mean, sponsors, right? What I mean, our sponsors. Asante, thank you, sponsors. Insurance, Aviation, tuwezi hapa tunashukuru sana kwa kuja kutufungulia na sisi tuendelea taratibu huo, na sasa tuko tusindikize katika hatua nyingine za taratibu na polisi. Hapa tuinuke wote tusindikize Mheshimiwa Rais wa Zanzibar na mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Mapinduzi Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuja kutufungulia mkutano wetu huu. Hakika sasa itakuwa ni mkutano kabisa wa kuendelea na ratiba yetu vyema.
Distinguished guests and gentlemen, our schedule now is a tea break, and we have 30 minutes. We have to be back here after 30 minutes. So enjoy your tea break.
Same here.
To welcome this podium, Mr. Paul Okanga, the DT Kasoa, for his first presentation. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, moderator. I don't know if it's afternoon now or still good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think we shall observe all the protocols, board members, all distinguished guests. Thank you for all being here, and thank you for coming to this symposium. My name, as introduced, is Paul Lukanga. I'm the Director Technical at CASOA. And I know you've been hearing the word CASOA a lot, but to bring the symposium to context, we felt it is important that we give you an overview of what CASOA is, what we do, and where we are going. Just give me a second. Yes, so we will be covering a few items in this presentation. And one of those is the CASOA establishment and how we came into being, the objectives and functions of the agency. We shall also look at the benefits of being part of CASOA, because CASOA is not a closed group. We welcome other new members. The organization, and then of course every organization has some challenges and then some mitigations that we are putting in place to mitigate those challenges. And then we shall wrap up with what we see as the future of the organization and where we want to be. So, CASOA did not just come into existence on its own. It came into existence as an East African community agency. Full, it is the Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency. We shall just continue calling it CASOA. I believe everybody will now understand what it is. So we were established under the East African Community, and the East African Community is a regional intergovernment organization. Vision for the East African Community, including the vision of CASOA. Right now we have 8 partner states, which includes the Republic of Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Federal Republic of Somalia. The mission of the East African Community is to widen and deepen economic, political, social, and cultural integration in order to improve the quality of life of the people in East Africa. This is a mission we take downwards into CASOA to at least improve the integration and economic sectors in aviation. There are a number of institutions under the East African Community, and some of these include the East African Development Bank, the Lake Victoria Basin Corporation, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, university councils, and many others. And this is where CASOA also comes in as the agency for the aviation industry. So, about CASOA, as we said, we are a regional safety oversight agency, and we were established by the partner states. The headquarters is in Entebbe in Uganda, and we derive our mandate from the Article 92 of the treaty that was signed by the East African countries. Our mission is to enhance safety at the partner states by harmonizing civil aviation standards and best practices. The vision is to be a model regional safety oversight agency. As I said, all the member states of the East African Community are now members of CASOA and participate in their activities. For your information, we just had a board meeting just yesterday, and all the partner states were there. This is our organization structure. We have a staff of about 21 in the organization at the moment. We have technical staff, and we also have administrative and support staff. Like any organization, we are governed by the board, and the board is constituted by the director generals of the respective civil aviation authorities in the partner states and representatives and experts that are nominated by the state to the. We also have the executive director, Engineer Richard Gatete, who heads the organization and gives us the mission for the organization. Then on the technical side, we have the director technical, that's myself, and right there we have the different audit areas represented by specific experts. That's personnel licensing, issues related to Annex 1 of ICAO. We have an expert for personnel licensing officer. We also have a manager for airworthiness issues. We also have a principal air navigation officer for air navigation related activities. And for flight operations, we also have a manager of flight operations. For aerodromes and ground aids, that is AGA, we also have a principal. And for security, we also have a security officer. The organization was anticipating and deciding on getting services of a meteorological expert and drones expert, because this is, especially for drones, emerging issues and technologies that we want the organization to have capacity in. On the administrative side, we have, of course, the finance sections, the human resource, the office management, and procurement, and audit and risk. So the objective of CASOA are really summarized in about 3 sections. One is to promote the safe, secure, and efficient development and use of civil aviation. We had the highlights and challenges that we are having in the region, having some of the most expensive tickets, considering the mileage that we are traveling. That is not a very good thing for civil aviation, but this is what CASOA is, one of the mandates of CASOA, to try and help and facilitate the development of these processes. We also support partner states in meeting their safety obligations. This is the ICAO requirements that every state is mandated to meet, and we help or we support the states to meet those safety obligations. We also provide a forum and a structure for collaboration. This is one of the most important things that we do, because as you have seen in our organization structure, we have a lean structure which just has one expert in each area that is, whose role is mostly to coordinate with the experts in the partner states to achieve the objectives. We are a level 1 regional safety oversight agency. In a while I will explain what the levels are, but that means we provide advisory and coordination services. In this, the states maintain their sovereignty and decision making on matters related to aviation. In these activities, we do the harmonization of operating regulations. That means we draft regulations that will meet the East African standard and meet the ICAO requirements, and then states can go ahead and customize those based on their unique requirements in their state. We also provide guidance and technical assistance. This will come forward also in the next slides, where we provide guidance and support in certification activities, but this is all in an advisory role. We facilitate the sharing of personnel, like I said, in the different partner states through different working forums that we have at the agency. So, level 1, I've explained, and coordinating. We do not have a delegation for regulating or certifying and supervising operators in the different states. We can support the function, we can coordinate the function with the other experts, but we as an agency cannot, for example, issue licenses or certificates on behalf of a state. A level 2 RSO provides operational assistance. That means it can do audits, it can do investigations. If delegated by the states, the different states, it can still issue those certificates, but the states will still maintain the responsibility of the certificates and licenses issued on behalf of the states, issued by the RISO on behalf of the states. A level 3 RISO does certification activities, and there exists usually a delegated framework or a legislative framework that empowers them to do this activity. In this, they are authorized to issue certificates, licenses, and approvals, but still the state maintains the responsibility for the safety oversight for the certifications issued. In the next presentations, you will hear the case of IASA. They will explain more on how they are doing this, which will bring some of these items in context, and then we shall have a discussion after if there's still any questions. So, our operation activities include mostly technical missions. This is where we go to a state and review their compliance with the ICAO requirements. We determine what they need as a state, and then we determine the required support, and then facilitate and coordinate those activities in order for the state to meet its requirements. We also have working groups. The working groups consist of experts from the partner states. That means if we have an issue in airworthiness or aviation security, we shall gather all the experts in the partner states to meet and coordinate and have a discussion about the solutions that we need to counter the problems that are in the industry. This presents ownership in the industry and the partner states and ensures that as a region, we are moving together in the line of harmonization of our regulations and procedures. We also coordinate our trainings and workshops. This mostly we do with our partners, IASA, Boeing, FAA, ICAO, who facilitate us sometimes with the trainers that are needed to bring our inspectors and experts up to speed. We also do project management and implementation. This could be still in the line of aviation safety improvement, where, for example, states might have significant safety concerns, and we need to have a project to facilitate that, or a state needs to set up its civil aviation safety and oversight system agencies and procedures. We can also manage and support those functions. We also assist the states in certification activities. That includes airport operators, AOCs, AMOs, ATOs, all operators that are in the industry. If a state needs help in that activity, then we support it as an agency. And of course, the main ones, which for which the state civil aviation authorities are set up, is the USOP, that is the Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program, and the Universal Security Audit Program that evaluates the safety and the security implementation of a state to comply with the ICAO requirements. So we support fully these functions, and that is the core of our activities in the region. All these activities, as I said, the board members of our organization are the director generals of the respective civil aviation authorities. So all our activities are mainly sponsored and financed by the partner states, and of course our development partners, where we are not able to meet some of the financial obligations. If you just give me a second. Having some technological issues. So, key partners, like I said, we have a number of partners that are supporting us, and most of you are here, so I would like to really thank you very much for all your support. And if I could have a round of applause for all of you, because you have made this a success. We have ICAO and its regional offices, AFCAC, ISAF, and WACAF. We also have IASA, who is a very strong partner for us, because they believe they can see our journey clearly from where they started and where we are going. They see our vision and they support a lot of our activities that we do. We also have FAA that comes in for trainings and capacity building. We recently had some trainings in Nairobi for wildlife. That was very productive because we have a lot of wildlife issues in the region. Then regional safety oversight agencies, others, Bagasso, SASO, and all the other organizations that are existing. We collaborate with them on capacity building and training activities to improve our inspectors in the region. And of course, original equipment manufacturers. I saw Boeing here. We do a lot of trainings and technical support activities. And later today, I think we shall have a presentation from them. No, I think it's tomorrow. We shall have a presentation from them about some of these activities. And then, of course, the operators. We cannot exist without the industry. We have the air operator certificate holders, maintenance organizations, training organizations, airports, traffic service management, and then the IATA. We also have the nautical associations, pilot associations, engineers associations. We work closely with all these to make sure the industry moves. So what are the benefits and why should states opt to be part of CASOA? At the moment, as we speak, we already have harmonized regulations and technical procedures. If a state needs help in this, they don't have to reinvent the wheel to do what has already been done. This activity has already been done by us, and all our regulations and technical guidance materials are up to date with the latest ICAO annex requirements. We also have the benefit of shared resources. So while some states may not have capacity in certain areas, they might also be good in certain areas, and we take advantage of this pool of resources from technical personnel, finances, IT, and infrastructures to boost and improve the safety in the industry. It was mentioned here how Tanzania, for example, was helping out with Rwanda and Burundi on the airspace management in those areas when the countries did not have capacity. That is part of the sharing of resources that we are talking about, and it's very beneficial because it allows us to grow together. We also share the technical personnel and expertise, like I've said, and as a region and as a bloc, as you all know, if you're a bloc, you have increased bargaining power, you get better benefits for anything because you're taking advantage of the economies of scale. And then we also collaborate on certification and training activities that with our partners. And if anybody was to join CASOA, if any state was to join CASOA at the moment, they would immediately take advantage of these services. I am proud to say there is a lot of interest in joining the East African community and CASOA, and we are very optimistic that Ethiopia might be joining us very soon. I don't know if the chair, I'm already spilling the beans, but yes, we are very optimistic about this and we are waiting for it. The more the better, and we can move together as a bloc. So the successes we have had so far, we as a community already have an East African examination system. This is common for all the states, partner states in the region. So the same exam that is being sat in Kenya is the same kind of exam that is being sat in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi. States that have not yet gotten on board, we already have a plan to bring them on board, and all these systems are free to the states because they are hosted and paid for by CASOA. Someone might not say they are free because still the states will pay for them eventually, but as CASOA own the systems. We also have harmonized civil aviation legislation and technical materials. We are proud to say that we don't have a lot of issues with implementation and audits with ICAO, especially technical guidance materials and regulatory frameworks in most of the states. For some of the states that have not yet been audited, we are already working on a mechanism to establish the primary legislation and the operating legislations, and once we have those active, then we shall move on to the other items that have to be taken care of. You have also been advised about the Center for Aviation Medicine. This is one of a kind in Africa at the moment, It is based in Kenya, and we have big plans for it, including doing research and development. And it also facilitates the states that do not have capacity for aviation medical examinations. It is being equipped at the moment, and we have a director for the center, and we are working on a number of projects that we shall be communicating in due course. As I said, we have deployed a number of IT systems that are common in the region, and all states can take advantage of this whenever they are ready. We have SOFIA. SOFIA is a surveillance and safety oversight system that is being used by the states. Tanzania, for example, has fully implemented this already for the personnel licensing activities, and all their systems are electronic from application to the issuance of a license. You don't necessarily need human contact at the moment. The next project is for Uganda, and we hope to finish this by the end of August this year, and then we move on to the next states. We also have ECARES, which is the related to Annex 13 and 19, which is Accident Investigation and Safety Management Systems. At the moment, we have ECARES 1, which is being used for Annex 13, but we will be proud to say, I don't know if I can also say this at the moment, but with our partners, IASA is the leading organization this system. That it will be financed, if not wholly, at least partly by IASA for use by all our states at no cost. We also have PEXO 2, which is an examination system that we are using, which contains all the questions and activities that need to be done to licensed personnel in the region. And then we have been able to assist states in USOP and USOP, and this has been mentioned before by the previous speakers. And you can see from these graphs, except Kenya, and we were a little bit disappointed here with Kenya, because they were at 78% and then they dropped down to 75 in the audit. But this is due to a number of activities that happened around that time, because ICAO had just changed all the protocol questions and they had moved the AIG unit to the ministry. So besides that, all the partner states you can see are improving in this region. Burundi is at 45%. DRC is at about 65%. The most recent one is Uganda, and if you would please be kind to upload the Director General of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority for a good job. Uganda was at about 62% and was able to improve significantly to 70%. It should take cognizance that there are areas that are even over 94% in this, like personnel licensing, airworthiness is at 90. And the challenge also here that affected the improvement here is the accident investigation section, which we shall discuss in detail because it seems to be the main challenge that states are facing at the moment. For security, I will not mention the states, of course, for security reasons, but we have the partner states, and it was mentioned here that one of the partner states was at less than 2% of effective implementation. But with the initiatives and support of CASOA, we were able to move to over 60% for that state. That is evidence of the support and facilitation that CASOA can be able to achieve. On the ongoing projects, we have a vision to have the automatic validation of licenses. For most of you who are able to move within East Africa now without requiring passports, you can clearly see the benefits of having that facilitation. Our dream, of course, is to have completely open borders where people just move around without the requirement for the security checks. This is similar to the license now. If a license, at the moment, if you have a license and you want to work in another state, you need it to be validated and checked by that state, and you at sometimes have to even be re-examined. Imagine having a degree, and every time you go to a different country, you have to resit the degree and the exams you did 50 years ago. That would be a very complicated situation. So automatic validation would allow for this, that once a state has issued, a license, then the license is automatically recognized by all the other partner states, and that will allow for free movement of labor, free hiring of personnel, and the sharing of knowledge within the region. We also are aiming exactly to achieve that. One of the main challenges we have at the moment is for you to do that, you need common regulations. That means the regulations need to be exactly the same, such that the license, the requirements to issue a license in one state are exactly the same as the requirements to issue a license in the other state. So this is where we are going, and we are hoping to come up with ideas on how to achieve this. Then, of course, I talked about the EKAS 2, which is a new version, which will include the Annex 19, which is safety management systems, and then PEXO 3, which is providing us an online framework to have access to the questions and examination banks that we need. The accident investigation unit, like we said, we are having a lot of challenges in accident investigation. Discussions are already ongoing. The board may advise us at a later date whether this has been approved for us to get experts or an expert in the organization to coordinate the activities of accident investigation with the states, because we are having a lot of challenges on this. We already have some support from IASA and Bagai, who have given us some advice on how to set up this unit or this facilitation, and we shall closely work together with them to see how we can improve this in the partner states. We are also going in for the GASOS and RAP assessment. That is the Global Aviation Safety Oversight System. That is similar to a USOP or a USAP, for those of you who are very familiar with the USOP and USAP. But in this case, they will be auditing the organization and the agency in itself to see how we are implementing the activities that a regional safety oversight agency is supposed to implement. This will be the exam for us to show and prove exactly what we've been doing for the last so many years. And then we are providing support with our regional partners, with AFCAC and IASA, for the setting up safety oversight systems in South Sudan. Like we said, South Sudan has not yet been audited. We have already finished phase 1 of that project, where we developed the model primary legislation and the operating regulations, and we are waiting for the government to activate those so that we can move into the next phases. Of course, like any other organization, we have a lot of challenges that we are facing, mostly financial constraints. That is a global challenge for everybody. But to encounter this, we are now looking at different sustainable funding mechanisms to ensure that we can really facilitate our budgets and meet our obligations as an organization. A lot of work is going into this, because we can agree that all states are not equal. They do not have the same capacity, and the level of development in the industry might not be the same. But with the interest and the bias of ICAO, of no country left behind, we need to assist each other and support each other as we grow. And of course, we also liaise with our development partners to make sure we get the support we need to implement some of the activities that are going on. The next challenge we have is the lean structure. Like you saw, we only have one expert in each field. But this is a challenge also, especially if that person to leave, because then we do not have someone to provide immediate continuity at the organization. For this, we as an organization are working on a retention and attraction strategy, and this is a research that is going on that has been initiated at the moment and should be implemented in the next financial year. We also rely on the state. We also want to now evaluate options for state secondments so that the states take some of the financial obligations related to facilitating that, and then we would have backup personnel to be able to take care of activities in case someone is away. Of course, we have some slow responsiveness from the states. This is one of the biggest challenges we always have, that some of our leaders may not be necessarily aware of what is going on in aviation, and we need to keep engaging them for them to appreciate the relevance and importance of aviation. I'd like to congratulate the United Republic of Tanzania and Zanzibar, because you can see how much and how important this was for the president himself to be here and open the session for us. So I would like to us to appreciate that with a round of applause. We also have as a challenge complex and specialized trainings. These are usually very expensive aircraft type trainings for specialized equipment, things that are needed in the aviation industry for us to maintain safety and security. So in this, we are embarking on memorandums of understanding and collaborations with our partners and regional bodies to assist where needed. So what does the future look like for us? We are, of course, looking at the common regulatory framework. That is a vision that would put us into a level 2 organization or a level 3. We hope that the states and all the partners recognize the need for us to have open skies and open borders, because it really doesn't make sense for us to be paying the highest tickets in the world for a very short distance. We also are looking at improved safety and security systems. That's why we are working with our partners to get the best and the most up-to-date systems that will help us in the safety surveillance and security oversight of these agencies. And of course, new technologies are coming up, drones, unmanned systems, things to do with the environment, and we are working closely with the industry partners to keep up to date with this. Of course, we also need to be visible in the industry, and so far so good, I think, based on what has happened here today. This is very good visibility for the organization, and I would like to congratulate my colleagues and the executive director for a job well done. Hopefully by the end of this day and tomorrow, we would have achieved all the successes we came to do. With that, asante sana, and I hope you've been able to get a glimpse of what CASOA does. If there is any questions, we shall entertain them after the third presentation, because the next presentation is going to give you an idea of what harmonization of regulations and technical guidance materials is and the importance of doing that. And right after that, we shall also look at a case of EASA and how they have been doing it, and then we shall entertain questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DT, for, well, not so brief, but it was a brief presentation. I just want to remind the next speaker that we really are pushed for time. Ms. Penina, you may now wish to come and comply. All protocols observed, no need to go through the routine. The distinguished guests have been mentioned. So, DT, you can have a seat here, and Mama Penina, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Penina Njeri from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and I'll go straight to the business of the day. So, harmonization of regulatory frameworks. A wise man once said, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. if you want to walk far, work as a team or work together. So that's my presentation for today, to encourage states to work together so that we can be able to walk far with respect to aviation. So I'll go to harmonization, and what does it look like? Basically, this harmonization will be aligning rules, standards, and procedures across East African community and eventually to Africa. And the reason why we look at Africa as a whole is because, one, we are safe as a smaller region. East Africa has about 6 countries. So if we are only safe within the East African community, our safety will not influence or will not be felt to the larger community. And I joined ICAO in their campaign of no country left behind. So my presentation will focus on ICAO, East Africa region, and the objective is, first of all, to just paint the picture of why we need harmonization. Okay? The advantages, I'll be very brief when it comes to the advantages. One is that we'll enhance an effective safety and oversight system for each and every country that will be part of the harmonization process. We'll have consistency across borders. Again, without repeating much, what has been said, each state will have a common way of handling different aviation activities. So we will not have to present our public and our consumers into different expectations or requirements. Then we'll enhance efficiency, because once we have been able to harmonize, each partner state will have their experts agree on a standard of carrying out activities. And so the end product will be an example of a perfect product that we all can be able to implement, and will enhance our safety oversight, because everyone will be doing the same thing, and we will not have spaces for ambiguity. Again, we'll have synergism, we'll have enhanced safety oversight. The risk, if all of us are doing the same thing, okay, and all of us have tested the same thing, it means if there are loopholes, we'll be able to address them very, very fast. So the level of risk reduction. Facilitation of trade, if we have lease agreements across Africa, across the region, then it means that whatever requirements each state has will be reduced, and will be able to facilitate trade and cooperation from our different states. So the research I have, the data that I'll be presenting will be from the ICAO East Africa region, and you can see from my ruler downwards, that's the region I'll be talking about. So CASOA, yes, handled about 6 countries, but we have other countries that want to join in. So we can start small as we grow all the way to Africa. So the East Africa region, and what I want to present is, why do we have to harmonize? Okay, is there a reason why we need to harmonize? So first, I'll start with the statistics. The overall ISAF against average. The ISAF overall effective implementation percentage now is at 60.0%, but the states are at 59.15. So remember, this is for the ISAF region. So then if you look at the trends for the world versus ISAF and state average, so you can see the states are in blue, the region in green, and the world in orange or red, okay? So if you can look at the states are way, you will find some states with 87% depending on the year for the region, and then you will find some states that are way below the world average. This is just to paint the picture. Why do we need harmonization? Then the next graph shows the level of effective implementation in accordance with the critical elements. And as you can see, the largest EI we have is 72.62 against 100. So we're still below 100. The next one is an indication of the unsatisfactory protocol questions by area. So as you can see, there is no area that is 100%. Leg, we have 56. In C1, in critical element 2, we have 47. Critical element 5, we have 13. So we have a huge number of unsatisfactory protocol questions in the region. And therefore, we need to come together for us to be able to address. You will find one state is doing very well in a certain critical element. But if we are able to share what we have, then we'll be able to address all these protocol questions that are unsatisfactory within the ESAF region. And because these are safety standards, it means we will have a safer aviation industry. Our skies will be safer and better. What do we do? I have 4. There are many things we can do, but if we could start with the 4. International corporations. Like what we have here, we have different people. We can collaborate with different people, EASA, ICAO, different working groups, just to be able to build each other's capacity and to be able to share knowledge with people who have gone before us, for us to be able to agree on a common standard and implement a safer aviation industry. Again, regional integration. Align as a region. We can start small with the ESAF towards Africa, and we can be able to come together and build a framework that we all agree on. If this is our standard as Africa, as the ESAF region, this is how we are going to meet the requirements that are set in the annexes. The next thing we can do, capacity building, holding each other's hands. We have states that are equipped with knowledge, and they have had a lot of experience based on when the aviation industry started. So holding each other's hands, states being able to go and support states that do not have capacity, and sharing people or resources so that we're able to lift each other as countries. And last but not least, we have public-private collaboration. Different people the practice is that most states engage the civil aviation authorities only. However, there's a wealth of knowledge that leaves the civil aviation authorities depending on the national requirements of that country. So for example, if the retirement age of a country is 60 or 50, it means that person has to leave the civil aviation authority, but they have a wealth of knowledge. Collaborate with these private experts, and being able to build capacity in a country would go a long way in also building the younger generation. My next slide was on questions, comments, but that will be, in the interest of time, we will have this after the presentation. As I conclude, I'll conclude with the words of the East African community. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Unity is our pillar. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Penina. That was on time, on target. Now, Penina was talking about what would be I want to invite now Mr. Yves Koning to come and give us the practical case, the practical example of what we are trying to achieve. Mr. Yves, you have the floor, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Maybe I should have the presentation here as well. I don't know. Let's see. And apparently somebody else is moving them. Okay. Okay, I've chewed already half a minute of my time, so my apology for that. So my name is Yves Koning. I'm an international cooperation officer at EASA, but I will not talk about international cooperation here. I will talk about the experience that we have in Europe. And the next slide is related to the structure that we have in Europe. So maybe we should move to the next slide. I don't know who's changing that. Is that me? Oh, there we go. So I wanted to make a comparison between Tanzania's structure, legal structure, and Europe. But when I started to dig into that, I realized that Zanzibar had a certain status, and that would complicate things, and I could mess it up. So I'll try to do it with the East African community. So if we look at the East African community, we have the executive level, we have the legislative level, and we have the judiciary level. And at the executive level, you have the Secretariat, and within the below the Secretary General, you have a number of deputy secretaries. In Europe, we have the same. At the EU level, we have the Commission, who has got the President and a number of commissioners for the different Directorate General. In the legislative level, we have this morning the speaker from the East African Legislative Assembly. I don't know if he's here because he might check what I'm saying. So maybe I'm not making too many mistakes here. In the European level, we have two entities, Parliament, and the other one is the European Council. And finally, in the judiciary level, we have the East African Court of Justice and the European Court of Justice. Just to put things in perspective for you to see where I come from, and in the next slide, we're going to see a bit concretely where we stand. So if we can move to the next slide, I don't know who's moving, there we go. So if we look at the executive level, we said for East African community, we have the Secretariat. In Europe, we have the Commission with the Directorate General, and I'm just going to give the example of aviation. So we're depending from the mobility and transport sector, just like for the Office of the Secretary of the EAC, depending on planning infrastructure. Below, you have the Infrastructure Directorate, and below, if I'm not mistaken, you've got CASOA. No? Not exactly. Okay, well, almost. We have a structure similar to Europe. So under mobility and transport, we have a director for aviation, and below the director, this Directorate General, we have EASA. So often when I go to Africa, I hear, oh, you guys with the EU safety list, you're banning carriers and so on. Let me stop you immediately. EASA is not part of the air safety list or the air safety committee. The air safety committee, and I've put ASC, that's what it means. ASC is managed by the Commission with the member states of the EU. Okay, so EASA is not to be blamed for putting anyone on the safety list. We provide information, safety information to the Air Safety Committee, but we're only observers. On the other hand, EASA is responsible for delivering third country operator authorization. So if a carrier wants to go to Europe, now it doesn't have to go and get an approval for each of the European countries, just have to get an approval from EASA. Okay? And there's some links between all that, but we will discuss that. Let's go back a bit in history, and where do we come from as EASA? Well, we started a bit like CASOA. CASOA doesn't have the legal power to adopt regulation for all the member states. We started with the JAA, the Joint Aviation Authorities. No legal power there to adopt regulation. That was a club of authorities from the member states joining together, trying to harmonize regulation so that at the time, the manufacturer, the European manufacturer Airbus, would not be certified in different ways by France, Germany, Spain, UK. That was not making sense. So, as it turned out, after some years, Europe realized that we needed to have a stronger entity. And the creation of the European Union Aviation Safety Agency took place in 2002 with the adoption of the regulation in 1592 of 2002. And then we were only focusing on initial airworthiness and continuing airworthiness and the environment. And when we talked about environment, then it was noise and emissions. Okay? Then the whole process took place. There was lots of evolution. And in 2018, we had another amendment of the basic regulation of the agency, where we had enlarged once again the scope or the perimeter of the agency. So where do we stand today? There was next slide, please. So where do we stand? If you want to have the complete picture, I invite you, because I think the presentation will be shared with everyone. So you might want to click on the link on top right corner, and you will have a complete picture of all the domains that we are covering. But there are some regulations that are dealing directly with EASA. So the basic regulation and all the implementing regulation are dealt with by EASA. So the basic regulation, remember 1 or 2 slides before, it was the European Parliament and the Council that are adopting that. It's not even the European Commission, it's not EASA. So often we say the EASA regulation. Well, that doesn't exist. This is the EU regulation drafted for EASA, but there's no EASA regulation per se. In the basic regulation, there is some delegation given by the European Parliament and the Council to the European Commission. And the European Commission is entitled to adopt implementing regulations. So we have an implementing regulation for initial and continuing airworthiness, aircrew, air operations, balloons, sailplane, third country operators, and so on, and the list goes on. There is also other regulation that structure the functioning of EASA, and we have a regulation, and I will speak about that later on, because that's one characteristic of our agency is standardization inspection. Board of Appeal, if we are refusing something to an organization, they have the right to appeal that decision, and that's the Board of Appeal regulation that deals with that. Fees and charges, part of our 2/3 of our budget is coming from fees and charges, and we have a special regulation for that. And fine and penalties is also a regulation that we are involved in. There are other regulations dealing with other domains of aviation safety, for which EASA is just maybe a partner, but it's not the main focus. And that's the case of occurrence reporting, that's the case of investigation and prevention of incidents and accidents, and harmonization of technical requirements and administrative procedures. And the list goes on. I'm not mentioning here, but the theme of these 2 days is also sustainability. There are regulations in terms of environment that EASA is involved in, but it's wider scope than just EASA. The next slide. It's not always been very easy. I've taken a newspaper. I don't want to pick on the UK friends, but it was easier to find a newspaper written in English. In 2006, that's what we could find in an article by The Telegraph. There was some concern with lamentable problems in safeguarding the skies of Europe. There was safety. The safety could be threatened by EASA, lack of staff and resources, and inability to effect changes. So it's not been a smooth road all along. And I don't believe any RSO is going through any smooth road. We all go through difficulty, lack of resources, be it in human or be it in finance and so on, and we heard that earlier. So we are on the same boat. We're just a bit in front of you, but that's it. We're facing the same challenges. Since I was asked to talk about harmonization of regulation, I needed to bring in what are the main tasks of EASA. And the main tasks of EASA are related in terms of rulemaking and standards. There are other aspects like certification, safety management, international cooperation. That's where I come from. That's my department where I work for. But I will only focus on the two that are on the left side. Rulemaking standards and oversight support. So EASA is drafting the implementing regulation. Okay, maybe we can move on to the next slide because we go directly to the rulemaking part. So EASA is drafting the regulation, trying to focus on the better regulation guidelines provided by the European Commission. But our work stops at the level of notice of proposed amendment and opinion. Once we have done our work with the stakeholders, we send that to the European Commission and our job is finished. We don't adopt at EASA level. It's either at the Commission level or it's either at the Parliament and the Council level. So no involvement in the adoption process by EASA. But the beauty of this being adopted at the community level is that it's applicable on all the member states. So France cannot say, I will do it this way, and Germany says, I'm going to do it another way. Okay? So some of the difficulty that you have at EAC or CASOA is working hard on providing model regulation for all the states, but it's up to each state to adopt regulation. And because country A might have a constitution that says you need to do it this way, and country B might have a constitution that says you need to do it slightly differently, in the end, you may have some regulation that are slightly different. We no longer have that in aviation in Europe, which is good. So the purpose of that is to deliver maximum aviation safety, highest common standard of applicable throughout Europe, and we have that sets the field for harmonized regulation across, and all the operators are treated the same way. But in order to have this recognition, talking about earlier with the licenses, we have a complementary mechanism, and that's the next slide, where we go as EASA to the member states and checks how they are implementing not only the basic regulation, but all the implementing regulation. Okay? And so we have a team of EASA staff, but take also members of other countries. Let's say we audit country A, so team leader from EASA, and team members from country B, C, and D. And they are going to country A and assess how they are implementing the common regulation over in their realm, in their country. And that is providing a smooth implementation of the regulation throughout Europe. This being said, there are member states that are weaker than others. And that's why it's mentioned here that we don't only do the oversight, but we also do support to member states. So it has happened in Europe that we provide staff to certain countries to bring up to speed some of the areas where they have weaknesses. So we help each other within the community there. So since I'm tight with time and I've been talking quite a lot, on the next slide, what are the benefits of this regional approach? I think there is a few major benefits, but the first one is for authorities. We have a harmonized pool of resources. EASA is developing guidance material for all the member states. So that's the same guidance material that is used by the member states. We have a greater cost efficiency in terms of recognition and economy of scales. That's the reason of the RSO being created, and we've got greater capacity to address cross-border challenges. Airline, and in general the industry, we have increased safety and interoperability, lower cost. I've mentioned it here in terms of freedoms. We all talk about SATAM and allowing fifth freedom. There are other EU regulation that has also helped in securing that, but all across Europe, there is fifth freedom that is applicable all across the region. Passenger, safer travel, lower price, improved. Earlier during the opening speech, we heard the secretary of the EAC legal entity saying we need to have cheap prices. My chair is willingness to have an EAC that depends how it is put together. But securing fifth freedom for all the member states within EAC, you might reap the same benefit that we have reaped in Europe, because with that, there was the emergence of low-cost carrier. And today, the main carrier in Europe is not Air France or Lufthansa, it's Ryanair. Okay? And they brought the price of tickets very low, because there was no authorization to ask for to travel between country A and B if you're from country C. So that was something that is that was possible with still maintaining safe travel. Partners, that was also lots of benefits. Often as a state, we all say, hey, sovereignty, that's the big word. Well, just imagine to exercise your sovereignty in a community manner. That's what we are doing in Europe. Okay? The member states of Europe, of the EU, have delegated aviation to the community to be able to regulate there, and that has helped into moving forward. We have one more slide, I think. The purpose of this meeting is to also have the future in mind, and I think being a community is a better way to face those future aviation challenges. So I would like to thank you, and if I remember correctly, Asana Sante.
Yeah, thank you, Eve. It was supposed to be Asante Sana. Or simply said Shukran. Shukran, that will do. Thank you. Now, before we go to session 2, I would like to invite, very brief, like 3 questions, if there are any, for the papers we just heard from Mr. Rukanga, Madam Penina, and Eve. 3 questions only. Okay, so could you organize, yes, the ushers will pass around with the, and Mr. Rukanga, Ms. Penina, and Eve, you will respond from where you are. That's it? Thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Maugo, if I saw correct.
Thank you, moderator. I do not have a question, but I needed to make some comment. Am I allowed?
Is it allowed? Okay, go ahead with the
thank you.
recommendation.
I first want to introduce. My name is Mtesigwa Maugo. I was the first chief executive of this KASOA. In 2007, I think I was appointed to establish this organization. And we had a protocol which was guiding us. Listening to the 3 presentations gave me some memories, and I wanted to share with you on those memories. One, the first presentation was actually reflecting of what we were given as a mandate to do. 2, the second presentation was shocking me because it was a dream like where we wanted to go and beyond the East African community, Kasoa. What happened? Have we done what we were supposed to do? But all in all, under the protocol, we were given a mandate. And one of the biggest mandates was that we needed to harmonize our regulations, regulatory system, with the procedures also to implement those regulations. And if we look at the Article 8, I think, of the protocol, Article 7. Article 7, paragraph 8, particularly subparagraph D and E, they were specifying what actually a road towards what the third presentation was telling us where they have gone. Harmonization of regulations were difficult at that time when we were starting within the East Africa, but we needed to harmonize some regulations, especially in the civil aviation. What we were given was, we were given task to formulate the regulation, the technical regulations, and we formulated them from ICAO standards, and allow the East African partner states to approve and use. You see, we were harmonizing, the board were passing those, we were actually formulating, the board were passing those regulations which we had formulated, but we were leaving it to the partner states to approve and use. That is where the problem became. We do the harmonization, we do the formulation, which was actually harmonizing them within the standards of ICAO. And then when they go to the partner states, each partner state now, in the approval process, they do it the way they want. So at the end, we do not have a common regulatory framework. However, for the technical standards, the technical regulations, and technical procedures, we were allowed to formulate, and the body would approve them for use. Now that is where the problem that's where we had the problems. Because we have regulations which we formulated, but when they reach to the states, they are approved, some of them amended differently. But when it comes to the implementing standards, the implementing procedures, we were actually formulating them and approved by the body for use. So what the challenge was, some of the states were not approving those regulations as they are. Now, if you take what was said this morning, if you listen to them carefully, what actually came out very clearly to the people is what was said by Honorable Speaker of the EALA. So why did we start with this technical organization? The intention was to have a common regulatory system which would assist now to have a common market. We have failed there. Because as we have common market in the other areas, the aviation industry common market has not come out. We are still operating singly, and that's why the travel is very expensive, and even the connectivity is not there. So CASOA does not have that mandate, but CASOA was established to support that process of reaching there. Now, even within the European Union, they did not reach there easily. It was a struggle. I think it is now time for the East African partner states to ensure that we remove this issue of states going to approve regulations differently. They should be approved because the formulation is done at CASOA, they're harmonized. They should be approved within the EAC system. EALA could approve that, and then they are used commonly, so that we have a common regulatory framework rather than different regulatory systems. This would support now, and I urge that, support the establishment of a common market so that we do not have difficulties with different laws and regulations within the states which impede actually the establishment of the common market. So I urge the members of East African community to look at that and remove that block of the regulations being developed by the correct technical organizations, and when it goes to the states now do it differently. We have even failed to have a common licensing system, which we have almost exactly the same regulatory system on the licensing. We have the same examination system. The questions are done by, are formulated by the technical people, common questions. But when we issue our licenses, the other states does not recognize them because of the regulatory system which we have. So please, kindly, I dream about this organization.
Thank you.
I wanted it to be an example. And I'm always very happy when I go to instruct and they give it as an example and they say, it is me who established it.
Kasawa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we just heard from Mr. Ma with all the passion. Go ahead, sir.
So can I go on? I thank you so much. And happy to see you, Mr. Maugo. I think really what Mr. Maugo is talking about, he's really struggling with sovereignty versus the existence of these regional bodies. How much can these states cede to the regional bodies they have themselves formed? That's really where the problem is. And can I tie this with what Yasa was telling us? Yasa somewhere in presentation is talking about sovereignty, collective sovereignty. Is this what we say? Exercising sovereignty differently, but presumably respecting what comes out of Yasa and his bodies. And that's where the issues are. Can we have a system? I hope ESC is still here. ESC, not ESC Kasoa, is still here. We need to develop a system that tries to give that collective sovereignty that is typical of Yasa to avoid what issues Mr. Maugo is talking about. Otherwise, if we continue to have agencies like Kasoa that really put in a lot of effort only for its products like regulations to be watered down at the different states, then you don't have that harmonized way of doing things. And this is just in aviation, but even in other areas, as we have seen. That's why you cannot have that. And probably that's what should come out as an output of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, let's agree on the modalities going forward. Mr. Maugo has given us his view, and I think relevant to what we're discussing. And I think we do have a paper late in the evening, in the day, where Mr. Hamza will come and moderate a paper on single African air transport marketing. It will go a long way to addressing those concerns you just mentioned. If you do, I'm only saying because we have a limited time on this, and we have a plenty of Q&A session after the second session. Could you pass over to the chairman?
So thank you very much. Just on simple words, so that we come up with the solutions on that right away. Mr. Maugo, what do we do? On a simple words, and that will be a resolution.
The simple solution lies in the treaty, East African Treaty. Unfortunately, I don't have it here. But there is a, but there is a, what do you call it? Article, whatever, in the Treaty of East African Community. It states clearly, if regulations are formulated at East African community, they become superior to regulations in the other states. The funny thing is that we do not regard that. So what I'm suggesting, what we formulate at the East African community and they are passed by the East African community should be superior. They should be implemented as they are because the treaty allows that. We are not going to be breaking the treaty or whatever. The problem is the sovereignty of the states. They do not want to secede that. Even within the European, if you read the history of the European, they had the same problem until they were taken to court, the states. And then when the Court of Justice, I think, in the, when they were fined, that is when they started to implement those requirements. So we do not want it to go there because we East African, we don't go to court. We want ourselves just to implement this regulation. Once you, Hamza and your board, once you pass that, it should be enough to be implemented. If they don't want to implement that, or if they think the board is not enough, take that to the East African Legislative Assembly to be passed as regulations of East Africa, and then to implement. I believe in the sector of customs, they do that. They do implement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maugo. Can we have a very brief one from Mayata, if any, or if anything, forever hold your peace, so that we move to the next session.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Indeed, it's very brief. Thanks to all the presentations. I just want to ask Ivo Fayaza a simple question. You highlighted in your presentation that you had some weaker members, in the community. Can you just clarify what I know we've had one pull out deliberately, but have you ever got to a case where one has gotten so weak that it's difficult to maintain them, and how have you coped with that? Is it through an audit system? Is it, can you just highlight what actually has been the secret of maintaining the weak members on board? Because that can be very difficult. Thank you. When you bear in mind the issue of sovereignty.
Thank you. I will try to answer quickly, but there's a full infringement procedure that exists at the European Union level, and this is part of the oversight that EASA is doing. So should EASA, during an audit, find some deficiencies, if they are sufficiently significant, EASA has to report that to the European Commission, and normally the process says that we can go to an infringement level, and then to the extreme that state could not be recognized as safe by the other members, so that would be somehow excluded. We never reached that level at the EU, but there has been some infringement raised, but also the mechanism of support kicked in, and we were able to support some of the states that have those identified deficiency. So I will stop here, but yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, one last, yes, DG. Okay, DG, and then we'll go to Regional Director, just to sum up what we're saying. Thank you.
We want to formulate a resolution on the challenges that Mr. Maugo was talking about. The issue is approval. That when we draft these regulations, they are being approved differently by partner states. We want to address that. So what do? So probably once the agency has drafted the regulations, the approval mechanism should be higher body within EAC rather than forwarding them to member states. Secretariat, can you craft a very beautiful resolution on that, and then we move forward? I think that is what Mr. Maugo, unless I have captured you wrongly. Okay.
the regulation should be forwarded to EALA for passing. Once I don't know what is the passing, the word or the correct word, but once the Parliament of East African Community have approved, EALA has approved them and they resolved them, then they become the applicable regulations within the Parliament. It will help us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So that is resolution number 1, Secretariat, and tomorrow when I'll be doing the concluding remarks, you will hear me now pronouncing it correctly on how they're going to craft that particular resolution. Thank you so much.
Ms. Ndikumana, you still have something to add? Kindly be brief. Can you pass over there?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I wanted to intervene in line with what Maugo said. This issue of sovereignty, don't take it easily. Maybe we can even start with other areas where a decision can be taken at a regional level, but a state can still use its sovereignty not to comply. So I wanted now to take it to Eve, again Conning. What mechanisms do you have in place in Europe so that that cannot happen? And this will now help Maugo's proposal to add to that. Secondly, there is always an issue. I start with again what Eve said about city weaker. Sorry to use that word. Normally we should not use the word weaker. But my question to Eve, even in Europe, I would not mention it. I was auditing a state in Europe. And there is an issue because when we are making regulations, we are making them for what? For implementations of standards, even the sub-document, whatever terms we use. But at the end, it is the MO, this is the MO, NSP, AirDrome, any kind of, so that they implement the standards. So what I saw, and what we will now avoid in EAC, is that once it has been taken by the community, down there the implementers, whether the regulator or the operator, or let me use the word implementers, when you ask them, you are auditing them, they say, this is not our business, it is the business of the community. Yet now, ICAO has contract with the member states. When you ask them, how do you make sure that in this guidance material, an amendment from ICAO has been added to the document you are using? One state say me, I don't know. This is the responsibility of the community. So my question to Eve, if you have had that issues, so how can EAC do so that those things will not happen? Thank you.
I think after Eve, we conclude on this because we have a resolution, and I was hoping the chairman had spoken, so we can only improve on what was adopted as a resolution.
Okay. I believe the two questions of Artemon are linked, and it starts with the fact that all the EU member states have come together and have decided to delegate to the community certain areas. Security is not delegated to the community. Aviation in general is delegated to the community. So they have come together and agreed what is delegated to the community, what is implemented in a shared manner, and what is still remaining within the states. So those are clearly identified at the EU level. Once you have that, and you have the auditor that comes to your country, it should not be the country saying, I don't know, it's the community level. The community has already agreed what is in their business, so the member state that is audited by ICAO should say, we have agreed that this part is delegated to the European level, therefore we exercise our sovereignty by participating in the working group that drafts those regulations, and we amend those regulations as the annexes are changed, and we do that and apply it in our own country. So it's not saying it's for the community to react. They are involved. And to the first part of the question regarding AMOs, ATOs, and so on, there are working groups set up at EASA level when we draft new regulation or when we try to amend regulation where we involve the stakeholders. And they are informed throughout the process of what's going on. So they cannot say it's happening over there. Maybe this particular AMO or operator or implementer, as we call them, was not in the working group itself, but he had probably a representative there. And so maybe they need to look at how the representative is communicating with a member of this association. But I will stop here.
Thank you, Yves. Thank you very much. I think the Secretariat will take note of that and improve on the resolution. First thing first, as you heard the President today urged, he was pleading with that, but that was a directive to ensure that for some of you will be having time after the day after tomorrow to make sure that you visit tourist attractions in Zanzibar. To accomplish that, please have, during lunchtime, there'll be a list at the registration desk for those who are interested to be part of that tour of Zanzibar tourist sites. Please register now so that we can make proper arrangement before you go back on the 17th of this month. Thank you very much for that. Now, let me invite Ms. Lois Mwangi from KCA to start the second session, which will be SSP implementation roadmap, achievement and challenges in Africa. If time allows, we'll do 3 papers before we break for lunch. We come back, we do loss of control in flight by Boeing, and then we'll have the panel discussion. Ms. Lois, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My senior has told me to make it fast, 10 minutes. And in our former life, you would get a clearance expiry. So I think that is what he's trying to tell me within a certain time. Okay. The what? I don't know. But where is the... Who'll move? Okay, so it seems there's a challenge. It's not on this laptop. I'll have to... You'll move for me the slides? Who is... Okay, good. So as introduced, my name is Lois Mwangi. I work for the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority as the State Safety Program Coordinator. So we'll start with introducing what is SSP. If you could move the slides. Basically what SSP is, because most people do not understand this concept, as prescribed in Annex 19, is given as an integrated set of regulations and activities aimed at improving safety. So with the SSP of ZEO is Annex 19, is defined in Annex 19, Chapter 3, and these regulations are not, or provisions in the Annex 19 are not new. These safety management provisions are derived from Annex 1, Annex 6, 8, Annex 11, Annex 13, and Annex 14. So those provisions, safety management provisions that were in those annexes were pulled over to Annex 19, to create this Annex 19 so that we can have one annex that is fully dedicated to safety management. So when you talk about, just go back. So when you talk about the SSP in terms of safety management, it provides a structured mechanism. So all these provisions have been brought in and provide a structured mechanism on how you're going to handle your safety management obligations. And in handling those obligations as a state, you employ a risk-based and performance-based approach. As we all know, safety is all about reducing the safety risks that are inherent in aviation. So if you're reducing these risks to an acceptable level, when you are conducting your oversight activities, you need to look at the risks. You look at the high risks, the medium risk, and reduce them, continuously try to reduce them to a lower level or even just eliminate the risk altogether. So in SSP, next slide, we have 4 components. There are 4 components that mirror what we have in the safety management system. I've seen a lot of operators here. So the SSP mirrors the safety management systems in terms that there are 4 components, there are all those areas. And one of the things that I would want us to understand is that the SSP contains the 8 critical elements of a safety oversight system. And if I would bring it to attention how critical this is in terms of implementation of SSP, in all the annexes, the critical elements are only mentioned in Annex 19. Are you aware? The critical elements were first brought out in Doc 9734 in terms of manual of implementation of safety oversight. But in the annexes, in the core Chicago conventions that, of course, are brought out in the annexes, the critical elements are brought out in Annex 19 at Appendix 1. So basically, you can see SSP encompasses the whole safety oversight system. And that's why the safety oversight system is considered as the foundation of an SSP. Before, actually, ICAO had pronounced that once you have an EI score of 60 and above, you're required to implement SSP. But now that has changed, and it is progressive that once you have already started establishing your CAA, you can go ahead and establish your SSP. So those are the 4 components. The 8 critical elements are in there. Key among SSP implementation or the foundation is accident and incident investigation and hazard identification risk assessment. And I'll talk about state safety performance later and promotion. Now, in terms of implementing that SSP, we are guided by a strategy document from ICAO. You all know the Global Aviation Safety Plan, and the latest one being the 2023-2025 edition. We have the same sort of a plan with the aviation security counterparts where they have a GASEP. So for safety, there is the GASP. And one of the targets, target 3.1, is that all states to implement the foundation of an SSP by 2023. We are here in 2024. Next. How have we reached? Where have we reached in terms of that implementation? Next slide. So this is the implementation of SSP Foundation. I've only highlighted the EAC states. Burundi, 42, Kenya, 81, 91, 93, 70. So you can see we have not yet reached the target, which the target of implementation is 100%. So we all have gaps. And what are these gaps? Next slide. This is a much longer list that has the ISAF states, but there are only 13 out of the, I think there are 24, RD, 24? Okay, so in the iStars, which is an application in the ICAO, from ICAO portal, only 13 states have shown their implementation of their gaps. So you can see level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 1 is where you have not started anything, which is where whoever has not reported, out of the 24 states, we only have 13 are at level 0. Level 0. Level 1 is where you've started your gap analysis. We can see the states that are at level 1, Mozambique, Angola. Then level 2, you have completed your gap analysis. Level 3, you're in the process of implementing your implementation plan defined. We have Kenya in level 3, South Africa, United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, so level 3, and only Rwanda has achieved level 4, which is 100%. So we still have a gap to go in implementation. Next. But what are the challenges that we are facing, and why aren't we getting to that 100% implementation? Of course, it has been mentioned before in terms of regulatory framework. Some of our regulatory frameworks are deficient in terms of safety management provisions, establishment of the accident investigations authorities, in terms of designating the state safety program board that is required to implement the SSP. So there's that issue. There's the establishment of the SSP administration units or entities. And this is also related to point number 3, where we're talking about capacity constraints. Most of our states' SSP coordinators are designated people. So you have an inspector who is already maybe a flight operations inspector or a ANS inspector and is designated to be the SSP coordinator. So that is an issue, because if you look at the implementation of SSP, it encompasses a wide scope of all your service providers. So having someone designated and yet they have another job of being an inspector is a constraint. I think if I can mention, Rwanda and Kenya have managed to have SSP administration, but still we have capacity constraints. So with the rest of the states, they're now building their capacity. My friend Rashid told me he now has someone to hand over to. I don't know, you want to retire and go where this early, but at least you can see we are now building capacity. So point number 3 in terms of competency and capacity constraints, that has been a huge issue. And when we're talking about competencies, we're talking about safety, risk management competencies, competency of assessment of SMS, because assessment of SMS is not your regular inspector kind of task, because SMS is based on size and complexity. So it's not prescriptive. It's not take a checklist and tick mark box. Actually, we use a performance-based sort of assessment where we check, is it suitable? Is it operating? Is it effective? So it needs a different kind of competencies where you're not just ticking boxes out of a checklist, and you're using the knowledge that you know and the experience to assess SMS implementation of service providers. So that is a challenge for us. Then development and review of TGMs and lack of STCPS. For example, TGMs for accident investigations are lacking. And then STCPS, as we've had, YASA is coming in with our assistance via ECAS, so that will help us. STCPS is safety data collection and processing systems, so the ECAS will help us with this challenge. So as I close, in terms of we have brought in the achievements, we've shown the challenges. Next slide. This is just to show what we are weaving next. So the what we're talking about, the solutions, this one we have talked about it in the last session, harmonization of regulatory framework. It is a way forward. And if we have this resolution from today, I think we can kill some of these challenges. Next, number 2, we're talking about development of the National Aviation Safety Plans. These safety plans contain safety enhancement initiatives, which are joint collaboration. Next, number 3, collaboration with the industry. Then we're talking about competency and capacity development. Cannot be emphasized enough. We need to enhance our competencies and capacity in terms of safety management. As I've said, it is not a competency that it is inherent with us, because we are so used as inspectors to tick a box. And now here you're being told to think risk-based, to think performance-based, based on someone's size and complexity. So you need to start asking yourself, what is the size of this service provider? How is the complexity of their job? And then use that for assessment. So that is really important. Next slide, safety data. I think I cannot emphasize this anymore. Safety data analysis. Of course, it helps in data-driven decision making. Because if you do not have data, you do not know where you're going. You don't know your trends. Are we going up? Are we going down? Where are we? So safety data analysis is important. Safety performance management, very key in terms of defining your metrics. Where are we? What are our targets? Where do we want to go? So safety data analysis. Next slide. Collaboration. This has been mentioned. I will not belabor that point. And finally, safety promotion, which is very important for us. These workshops help in safety promotion, creating awareness, even individually, where you work. I have seen service providers here. Safety promotion within your organizations. Are you creating that awareness in terms of safety and making your employees understand that they need to manage their risks? So I think that is the end. Yeah? Yes. And that is just an introduction on SSP. The next presenters will say more in terms of sharing data, but I want to end and say SSP is not a person's job. It is all of us. Safety begins with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. And as she has said, SSP is a journey, and we are all in it. Now I want to invite Captain Archie Homwe from Orcare to come and talk about the safety information sharing, which is a component, SSP component, especially component number 4, safety promotion. Captain, everything is set, and I think you need to be within your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our presentation. I think we are the first operator in this gathering who are going to discuss SSP information sharing, or the importance of information sharing on SSP development. So we ask ourselves a number of questions. Who is sharing information? Okay? What kind of information should be shared? How should the information be shared, and how is this shared information to be used, and what is going to be our biggest challenge? Who should be sharing information? You know, when you talk about SSP, automatically, I can tell you, operators will think this is a responsibility of the state. This is the responsibility of the regulator. It's true, but not quite. There are people who should be sharing information. There are people who should be giving data, analyzing data, and we'll talk about that now. So regulatory authorities, that goes without saying. Operators themselves, because all the work that we do today, we're all gathered here to keep operators safe, not to keep regulators safe, not to keep government agencies safe, but to keep operators and service providers. So they should also be giving you important information. Airports. Without airports, we cannot operate. So we also need information from airports. Different types of information, not necessarily movements, but incidents, accidents, anything to do with airport operations and safety, that data should be shared as well. Air traffic management. How are aircraft, what is the rate at which aircraft are moving? How many incidents and accidents or near misses or whatever we're having in relation or analyzed against the number of movements? That's also very important information when it comes to SSP development. Maintenance organizations, those who are maintaining the aircraft and keeping them airworthy, they also have to give us that very important information. Industry associations. Someone mentioned pilot associations, operator associations. They are vital in giving or in providing an insight on how some of these policies that we are putting in place as a result of SSP implementation, what is going to be the effect of that policy on operations. Remember, we always have a saying, there is no competition when it comes to safety. In Tanzania, I can give you an example. We have an organization that most operators are part of, and we discuss safety matters which we can then take to the regulators and responsible authorities and give them feedback on any challenges that we might be facing. International organizations, I see IATA's here, ICAO's here, I see IASA here. Those are vital, vital sources of information for us because they can give us insight onto how implementation in countries that have got 100%, how has the implementation of SSP actually affected operations, actually affected the way that legislation is enforced, and what changes they've had to make. And then other stakeholders. Aviation is very, very critical to any economy. It's a force multiplier. So any economy that is developing needs to have a robust aviation service. So we need to find out from tourism, we need to find out from business, okay, how implementation of certain policies as we implement SSP will affect other areas in the economy. So what kind of information should be shared? So the obvious one, incident and accident data, safety risk assessments. The importance of safety risk assessments is that you know what happens sometimes? One operator, or one entity, or one regulator might do a safety risk assessment on part of their operations. And then they put mitigations. And then a very similar incident happens in a member state, or a partner state, or with another operator. And then all of a sudden you're wondering, oh, but this has happened before in Kenya. This has happened before in Burundi. Now, if we don't share those safety risk assessments, there is no point. So it's important that whenever we identify risks, whenever we put in mitigations, we have to share that information. Safety performance indicators. The KPIs of the regulator should be the same or similar with industry. We should have the same goals. If we have different goals, it means that the regulators are pulling in one direction and operators in another. We have to harmonize them. So stakeholders need to be involved from day one. I cannot speak for other countries, but here in Tanzania, we have a regulatory authority that is extremely good at that. They will start to involve and engage industry right from the beginning for two reasons. Number one, so we can get the best outcomes. Number two, we as operators cannot then say, once legislation comes in and realize, oh, we can't enforce this. People will say, you've been with us from the beginning and you said nothing. So we've got no one but to blame ourselves. So it's very important that regulators or industry be involved right from the beginning. In Tanzania, I can say this is done very, very well. Best practices and lessons learned, that goes without saying. Safety training and education materials. Safety training is a big, big problem in our part of the world. Maybe Kenya, to an extent, they've got the personnel for that, but in Tanzania, especially for very technical type training when it comes to quality management, safety management, it does get a bit difficult. And it gets very expensive. And now you have to send someone as far as Singapore and Canada to train one person at a cost of thousands of dollars. So I think it's important that we find ways of having trainers or this training available in our region. Otherwise, SSP will be difficult to implement because we will not be able to get that information out. Safety management systems and documentation. Speaking about technical guidance material, I think it's something that we are still struggling with because as operators or stakeholders, when you try to create a compliance document, sometimes it is rejected simply because you did not have the structure with which to work with. technical data and operational data, that is an obvious one. So how should this information be shared? How will the information go from one entity to the other? Number one is a centralized reporting system. We live in a digital age. Tanzania has an e-government system, which is excellent because everything is digitized. So we can work with the current structures and infrastructure we have in Tanzania so that all stakeholders can share information on their experiences and incidences and near misses or anything that they want to share with regards to safety. Aviation reporting systems, safety meetings and workshops like we're having today. This is a high-level meeting, but we should have meetings identical and similar to this at lower levels in the different areas of the aviation sector. Should have similar meetings like this with people from all over the region. So I urge CASOA, we should also organize meetings with this kind of platform, this kind of exchange of information, but not only involving the leaders in the organizations, but the people who actually do the work. Most of us here are the leaders. We don't go into the trenches. It's very difficult now for me when I get back to my organization and sit down and say, ladies and gentlemen, at CASOA, this is what we discussed. Why don't we have a meeting where CASOA directly talks to the people who will actually do the work? Safety bulletins and notices. This is very, very important. We do this in our organization. I know my brother from the other organization, we all constantly exchanging bulletins and circulars. I think regulators should do the same thing with operators. Because I can tell you, again, if we go back for the operators and the stakeholders, not the regulators, if we go back to our organizations today and ask someone, what is SSP? I guarantee you, maybe the top 3 will know what it means. But it's important that everybody understands what SSP is. Safety committees and workshops, that's a great way of how this information should be used. Training and education programs, I spoke about it briefly earlier on. I think we need to find a way of making it cheaper and more accessible. We already are using CASOA exams, so we can actually use that as a basis and a platform for education within the region. Now you can have a CASOA SMS qualification, a CASOA QMS qualification, a CASOA audit qualification that people can then do, and it's standardized and harmonized, and we're all working with the same textbook, with the same handbook, so that an operator who is in Kenya or in South Sudan or in Burundi is using the same technical data, the same technical knowledge. So again, like I said earlier, we're all going in the same direction. Regulatory compliance platforms. Again, I give the example of Tanzania because this is where most of my aviation experience has been. This is where I got most aviation experience. Regulatory compliance platforms are also very, very important. We do this in Tanzania quite a lot, where industry meets with the regulator to discuss specific issues, either policy that's about to change, procedure that's about to change, or even as an intervention if the regulator is concerned about something which they need the operators to be aware of. I cannot speak for other countries, but I think it's something that they should maybe talk to the TCA and find out how they are doing it. Again, it's because I'm only exposed to this part of the world. So how should this shared information be used? For risk identification and assessment, so when we gather all this information from the entire region, let's use that information for risk identification and assessment. So we can share that information and tell partner states in CASOA, tell partner states in ICAO, tell partner states in African Union that we have an issue regarding this, and it's something that we should be aware or put in place mitigations. Safety planning goes hand in hand with risk identification and assessment. Performance monitoring and evaluation, again, it goes towards making sure that the KPIs and the safety performance indicators for the state should match or be in line with operators. or vice versa. And the only way you can do that is by monitoring and evaluating that data, analyzing that data together, so that you have similar tools, similar models of analysis, so that it's easier to compare. Because if one operator or one regulator is using a particular model and another one is using a different one, it'll be very difficult to see where there are gaps. So that's very, very important. Decision making and resource allocation. That goes without saying for anything. For us to be able to make the proper decisions as operators, stakeholders, as regulators, we need to have a decision. We need to know where the resources should go to mitigate any future problems. Communication and collaboration goes without saying. What we are doing today is communication and collaboration. And meetings and platforms of this nature are extremely important. Regulatory compliance and reporting. You know, we have to create an environment where people are free to come to regulators, come to state agencies, and freely talk about the challenges that they are facing or issues that have occurred in their organization, with the pure and sole goal of putting in place mitigations and preventing future problems or reoccurrence without fear of retribution. This is very, very important. So this information that is shared in SSP implementation should go towards, should be used for regulatory compliance and safety reporting. Continuous improvement is an obvious one. Once you are stagnant, once your safety performance from last year matches this year and matches the next year, something is wrong. It means that you are not constantly re-evaluating your systems, not re-evaluating your data. As a result, you are going to miss a trend simply because you have not been making changes and monitoring trends, monitoring global changes in aviation safety performance. This information should also be used for emergency preparedness response. This is very, very important, because we can have all the systems in place, we can have all the manuals in place, we can have all of the airports have all the equipment, but if we have not taken the safety data from other operators, from other regulators, from CASOA member states, the day that you have an incident or an accident, the day that you have a problem, you will not be able to deal with it simply because it has come from a direction you were not expecting. But if we all share that information, it will be clear, or we now know if we have an incident involving this type of situation, because it's happened to a partner state, this is how we respond to it. If we have that situation, because it's happened to another operator, this is how we should deal with it. So in conclusion, what is the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge is how can the regulator effectively disseminate information to operators and stakeholders? That's very, very important. So I think for the regulatory bodies that are represented here, we have to find a way, like I mentioned earlier, to ensure that everything that we discussed today, everything that the resolutions that come out of this meeting should mean something to a person who's loading bags into an airport. It should mean something to the fireman who thinks nothing will ever happen at this airport because I only have one landing. So it's important that we find ways of making sure that whatever high-level decisions are made in meetings of this nature, in the high offices, mean something when we are implementing SSP in our country. Thank you very much.
Yeah, once again, let's put our hands together for Captain Archie. That was a powerful delivery. And I've always said, as an SSP coordinator, the only reason Captain Archie is not working for my CAA is because he's a Zimbabwean. Otherwise, I could have taken him personally to my DG and have him in command of the CAA. Thank you, Captain, for the very powerful delivery. And just to make things more interesting, now let's get the same from Captain Jonathan Sayer, who will come us now and give us a tidbit, a very short presentation on the Justiculture, just to add up to what Captain Archer said, because Coastal Air is one of the biggest operators, and to my knowledge, is one of the most compliant. So Captain Archer, sorry, you have 10 minutes for takeoff, cruise, and descent. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Rashid, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. As Rashid said, I'm from Coastal Air. We're a Tanzanian operator, operate caravans and the PC-12. The next slide, please. Right, I put on to show where we've come in safety. This is, pointer isn't working. Figure one on the left-hand side shows you a model based on reporting and fatalities. And you can see the model on the right-hand side where the blue is highlighted, which actually shows in 2003 from a journal article that those were incidents that happened that weren't reported on a safety management system. So this was when hazard identification wasn't around. So you can see how many hazards weren't identified, and that was obviously presenting a problem, hence the introduction of documents 9859 and Annex 19. Next slide, please. Right, just culture. It improves communication. This is actually from Bob Hoover. He was involved in an accident in 1989 where the aircraft was accidentally filled in with jet fuel, and it should have been aviation fuel. And after takeoff in a display, it crashed. He actually went straight up to the man who filled the aeroplane and said, "I want you to fill it tomorrow because you've made a mistake, and I know you won't make the same mistake again." So rather than punishing him, he looked at the process, the procedure of why it was a problem and why there was an accident. And not many people would do that if someone had just called an accident that nearly killed them. I think a lot of people would be angry. But that just showed the benefits of just culture. Going, seeing why it is. And this picture on the left-hand side is also the development of the nozzles. So now that can't actually happen. You can't put the wrong fuel in because of the different shaped nozzles. But back then, you could. And that's how, obviously, this come about. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is actually an incident that I'm sharing from our company. Recently we had 2 flat tires. Now, any person involved in the company would be a bit upset about that because of the commercial implications, obviously the cost implications. But we looked into it, and when the captain that was flying, he'd just recently been released. There was a strong crosswind. The captain that flying, his duty time was within the limits, but it was still to the higher level. But because he'd just been released, he wanted to fly, he was eager to fly. And obviously that's an extra workload that we didn't factor in. Even though we were compliant with the regulations, it wasn't within his personal compliance. So because he put the report in, we managed to investigate this, and in the end we put a restriction on newly released captains to minimise their duty time and observe this more stringently so that we can actually see that they're within their personal limits rather than compliant with the regulations. So we've gone above and beyond the regulations to make sure safety comes first. And this is what we're trying to implement, a just culture. So it's got employee engagement to and fro. Traditionally in aviation it is top down, and it has got military discourse in all our language, captains, first officers. So that has restricted information flow previously in the aviation industry. And with a just culture, you can go horizontally as well as top down and from the bottom up. And that's what we were trying to implement. Next slide, please. So yeah, this was the root cause analysis that we actually done on that incident. And you can see in the end, it was newly released captain, high duty time experience, blowout with 2 main tyres with excessive crosswind. So normally, in normal circumstances, that wouldn't be an issue. It would all be within limits. But this actually helped us to develop our safety systems and efficiency. Next slide, please. Yeah, so good communication, and probably most of us aware who are involved in safety that 80% or almost 80% of accidents are human related and the human factor. So this is something we do need to take into consideration, and I'll go into detail on the next slide. Next slide, please. So here, those of you who read CAPS 737 from the UK would be aware of these 2 pictures, but I was just sharing these with anyone who isn't a pilot. These lines on the left-hand side, these diagonal lines, when you first look at this, they don't look even, do they? But they are. They are actually all even. It's the same with the 2 yellow lines. One looks bigger than the other, but they are actually the same size. And the reason you're probably thinking, why has this person put these pictures on here? But it's just to show you that anyone can make a mistake. If you quickly look at that, you could make a mistake and not determine the true representation of the picture. And that just proves human factors. Aeroplanes are safe, but it's actually the humans that make it sometimes unsafe. Next slide, please. Right, just to emphasize what we're trying to do at Coastal as well, and I know Orica are doing the same, to make things safer. In our Cessna Caravans, we've now got a similar system to the Airbus, where if a pilot goes up to the stall speed, it will actually correct itself. And this is on the brand new, it's called Garmin Electric Stability Protection. And it's the same as a turn. If it overbanks, it will correct itself. And that's independent of the autopilot as well. It's an amazing system, works really, really well. And this is another thing we can incorporate into safety to make it safe, as well as adjust culture using technology to our advantage. Next slide, please. And this is also, Archie mentioned about using technology to enhance it from a monitoring point of view. And this is what we're also incorporating. We're actually upgrading all our system to be centrally located for all safety reporting, and it will all be collected on one system. Next slide, please. And this is also what we've been doing. We're monitoring, trend monitoring all our engines so that we can continually see that there are limits. If we get any exceedance, instantly the CEO and the head of maintenance get a text message. And this is all monitored from the US. We've got an independent engine specialist. So again, we're trying to use technology as to the best of our advantage to make sure everything is as safe as it possibly can be. Next slide, please. And stakeholder engagement. This was a valuable lesson that we done with Gator Gold Mine. It was an exercise, full-scale exercise, and Gator were very accommodating with supplying their fire engines. Those aren't injured people on the right, they're just simulating an injury. And this was really beneficial, like Archie mentioned on the previous presentation, that we managed to test our capabilities and look at where our weak links were, and then we could go back, look at the root cause, add corrective action, and continuously improve so that we can work together with other operators and stakeholders. Because like I say to a lot of people, we share the same sky, so it's important that we all share and be as one. And thank you. That was it from me. Is that quick enough?
Thank you, Captain Jonathan. As I promised, he was right on the point. Now, we are planning to have a full presentation. I want us to reserve the Boeing presentation after lunch because lunch has been served, and it's not culturally right to keep them waiting. So what we'll do, we'll go for lunch and then come back here, start the Boeing presentation, and thereafter we have a panel discussion on all papers which we have had, session 1 and session 2. That will be great. So I want first to invite the Honorable Speaker, Ella, the director, Deputy Director ICAO, our board and executive directors, former executive directors, and all heads of present organization in the room to file slowly through this door because we have a special place for them to sit. And then I think after 2 minutes, the rest of us will follow. Lunch is planned for 40 minutes. If we do it earlier, I'll be happy because we have a long program to cover before we the event this evening, which is our gala dinner, which will be hosted at the same place. So kindly, if you could just invite. Karibuni, lunch is served, bon appetit. Just leave everything where it is. I'm told it's very safe. Of course, you might need to have your phones because this is the time to connect, but you can leave your PCs, everything where you are. It's all safe.
So, colleagues, for lunch you will need a coupon. If you don't have a coupon, please see one of the ushers to give you one. You will need a coupon for lunch. If you don't have one, we can help. You could just raise your hand and then we shall have an usher come to you.
When we get to the end of the presentation, that's where I want to talk to you a little bit about ownership. In the aviation community, when something bad happens, we tend to want to forget it. And I know my time flying 121 in the U.S., things are going to happen, things are going to go wrong. And I don't remember the gentleman that spoke about just culture is critical, not justice culture, just culture, and blame and learn, because if one pilot can do something, hundreds can make the same mistake. And that's where you get the operators, the regulators, and even the manufacturers together, and they come up with a plan. So here is The next slide, please. We're going to run through loss of control and upset recovery training and prevention. And I used to see a picture like this and I would think, well, that's ridiculous. How's an airplane ever going to get to that state? And it's just kind of think of an answer in your mind. This is 10 years old data. This is just American carriers. And if I were to say 3 times per blank in an interval, did an airplane get to where it was in a stall or near stalled condition, what would you think? 3 times per year, 3 times per month, 3 times per quarter? Well, the answer 10 years ago was 3 times per week. Airplanes were getting to a condition, and I'm obviously biased. Boeing builds a great airplane, and it is certified to 41,000 feet, but that doesn't mean you should fly it there all the time. So we had people flying up with narrow margins in their airspeed, and they would come under heavy or some airplane or get in condition, and they would get into a stall or near stall condition. So the next slide, please. I need to go faster. I'm going to focus today on the P, and that's the prevention. When you're doing your simulator training, you know, obviously, next slide, please. All this was mandated by law, and this is what we defined as an unusual attitude. I won't read that. Next slide, please. Here's the requirements. There's the public law 216, and these are the places that you had to do the training. And everyone's done this throughout the world now. But I'll get to a point here in just a minute. Next slide, please. And then we also developed at Boeing the extended envelope training. Many operators throughout the world, I work primarily on the 737. We have 400 operators and almost 10,000 airplanes. And many operators just elected to take the Boeing blueprint, if you will, and run that as their program because it was approved by all the regulators. And I think the whole key to this slide here is the bottom red bullet there. It's instructor guided, and that's where the operators will make their money with their pilots. Next slide, please. Here's the regulatory agencies that all got together and they set the global standards, which you know, I applaud. It's we really have to work together on things like this. There is no us or them. It's all us, and it's all our people and their safety. Next slide, please. You don't know what you don't know in aviation, and I was fortunate, as was Stuart. We had flown upside down a lot, and we were comfortable. Not that you'd want to fly an airliner like that, but the startle factor wasn't like it didn't freeze you to inaction. We understood the aerodynamics, but a lot of people did not. They had never been trained like that. And this is my challenge to you all now. I love how you're looking at the sustainable. Well, we're going to have a whole new group of pilots coming up now that think different. I have 3 sons that are pilots, and when I think of how different they are, even though I taught them to fly, and what they think and the way they view authority, the way they view regulations, it's totally different than the way we are. So if you're going to have a sustainable safety program, you're going to have to learn to speak the younger people's language, and get them to buy into your program. obviously the first bullet there, if the airplane were to get into an upset and it rolled over, I mean, panic is the startle factor. You're in a simulator, you know you're in a simulator for extended envelope training or upset recovery training. Some of the mysteries already gone. It's incumbent upon your instructors to try to set these scenarios up in a realistic environment. And you can't make it completely real because it's a simulator, and even though it's very realistic, you also know you're only 12 feet above a concrete floor in a building, and you're not going to jeopardize the lives of 175 people behind you. Next slide, please. I got to go faster, Stuart, or I'm going to take away your time here. This is the key here on this slide, the second or third bullet there. Each pilot is fully aware and fully capable. The CRM that both pilots understand, as I've gone through Boeing, I haven't been at Boeing very long, you see a huge difference in cultures, where some cultures do not challenge the captain. And this is critical, where both people understand what's going on. And I would say in an upset situation, the pilot monitoring's actions are at least as important, if not more important, than the pilot flying's actions. So this was the philosophy we used when developing the scenarios and the program. And again, the bottom there, the data collection that you all are embarking on now and going down the road is critical to this. And if you can capture from these simulators and use it to build scenarios later on, I really do believe this is not a one and done. It is a perishable skill. And if you don't train and practice, you'll lose that skill. Next slide, please. So Stuart's going to talk about this in his period, so we'll just go on to the next slide, please, for time. And he'll do this too, also building blocks. Next slide, please. Fly, Focus, Act. We can do all we can do. We can develop programs, but in the end, it all comes down to the users. And I know this is more regulatory and focused along this way, but I really think you should include operators in things like this, companies, and you should have them there so that they can hear these discussions, because a lot of times you all are the bad guys and gals, and if they could come here and see how much care and thought and genuine interest that you put into the programs and the discussions that you're having so that they have a great product in the end, I think it would go a long way. That's what I always come down to, Fly, Focus, Act. Again, we can't do the startle factor completely, but if you'll just follow the first part there, don't hurry, be a pilot, understand the aerodynamics of the airplane, and recover. Okay, next slide, please. The center is where you want to be. You want to be in the green. You want to have a balance of your threat and error management. On the outside is the startle, and then you're working towards a framework. Next slide, please. If you drew a continuum, I used to think charts like this were worthless. They didn't teach anything, but this really gives all the flight crews a common language to speak to, so that when you're in the debrief and they're telling you what happened in the upset, you can all speak the same language and all kind of be operating off the same sheet of music. Next slide, please. Okay, this is more of the max, this is the FAA approved footprint and where it fits in. We won't go into that. Next slide, please. This is the actual profile. Down here is the pre-flight takeoff. It comes across, and then you get the various inputs from the instructor. And then there, you got some repositions, and I think it's really, I didn't develop it, but I'm a huge fan of it. I think it's a very, very good level set, if you will, of having hand flying, basic flying skills, and that your instructors can look at it and they can say, you know what, this person is not very strong in this. We need to spend more time in this, or they completely get this, or they're not communicating this way, and we can handle that. Next slide, please. Here's the UPRT lesson profile for the type rating, which is, again, very similar to the upgrade and initial footprints. And it's just stepping you through the process. I will say this, I did a lot of teaching and training in this environment here, and you really have to guard against your crews are going to want to be efficient, and your instructors are going to want to be efficient, and after a while they're going to learn this profile, and the pilots are going to talk to the other pilots, they're going to find out what's there, and they're going to start hurrying through this profile. And you really have to slow them down, make sure they're getting the learning points on the profile. Next slide, please. Again, just another representation of what we just looked at on the previous slide. So this was critical. This is what I was talking to a little bit ago. When you work with your operators, you can either have a UPRT or extended envelope or loss control program, or you can own one. And you'll own one if you have your best instructors teaching the program so that the crews are all getting something from it. You want to have them standardized, you want to have them bought in, and then you want to have them all teaching the same thing. You don't want to have someone rushing them through in an hour and a half and going, okay, you did great, and the candidates or the pilots don't learn anything from the instructor, and then somebody else is doing it. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here, this is some more of the Boeing G-Whiz instructor tools that they have. Next slide. It's got an alpha beta plot. It's got primary flight displays. You can go on the next slide. And it captures the movement of the airplane. It'll show you the movement of the flight controls, if the speed brake's extended, when they got it down, the loading of the airplane on the side, overspeeding the airplane on the right side, and it'll track all this information through, and then you can make printouts of that in the simulator, and then when you get done, you can debrief the pilots on the ground and show them, hey, there is a great movie on my Boeing fleet. We don't have time to look at it today, but it just goes through some pilots flying the various maneuvers. Obviously, the worst one is the inverted bank. Next slide, please. So this is the end of the movie here. What it does is it creates awareness. It'll show you that the airplane will talk to you many times. It'll talk to you both orally, but it also the trim wheel. It'll talk to you through buffet. It'll talk to you through many things, and you hope that the crews will put this somewhere in the back of their mind so that they ever get into why they're out flying. The key is prevention. have a pilot get to one of those conditions. But if they do, hopefully they'll have the confidence to know they can fly out of it. Next slide. This is just a lot of information. Basically, this is going through what Boeing believes, and really all the regulators in the world believe, that you need to be in a full motion simulator. Next slide. We're almost done. I think that's all. So are there any questions or comments? Have you guys had pretty good success with lines that are out there? I know this has been trained, gosh, it's 5 years ago already, but it's every 2 years that you have to go back through it. So, okay, without any questions, we'll give Stuart the stage and let y'all get out of here for the day. Thank you.
Now, if anything, will be after end of the presentation. Thank you, Captain. Could you give him a round of applause, please? And now, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for inviting me and listening and meeting so many experts. We unfortunately didn't bring the Boeing dancing girls, but we'll try and do that next time. So my name is Stuart Gruber. There's going to be a presentation that come up on there, but while that's coming up, I'll just give you a bit of a story. So I've been here for 2 days, came here day before yesterday, and yesterday I went to see Air Tanzania, which was great because I get to fly on a Cessna Caravan in the right-hand seat. Brilliant. So I fly over there, and it was a fantastic flight on the way over. And of course, at the end of the flight, I gave him my business card, and the poor pilot nearly had a heart attack when he realizes I'm a Boeing test pilot. But what a fantastic pilot, both there and back. They're doing they're doing lots of hand flying, engaging with the customer, making decisions, and all these sorts of things. And he said to me, "So what is Boeing CBTA all about?" And it reminded me that my son was trying to negotiate with my wife over borrowing her car. So my son had just passed his driving test. And of course he's going, "I've passed my driving test. I am the best driver in the world." My wife's going, "We need to talk about this." So then I could listen, overhearing this conversation where he tried to kind of persuade her that he was safe because he's done reversing and driving round corners and roundabouts. And she's trying to approach it from a competency-based view. She's going, "Well, where are you going? Who are you putting in the car with you?" So now I'm thinking, oh, how's his situational awareness? Because if he says 4 other people, she's not going to lend him the car. And he goes, thinks about it, and he goes, "Just me. Good decision making, good situational awareness. You read that very well. What time are you home?" So good use of timing. "And if you're late, are you going to phone me?" And he goes, "Yes," which means effective communication. So you can see the difference between task-based driving test and starting to think about what competencies you would want someone to demonstrate if you were going to lend them your expensive car. So this is me, Captain Stuart Gruber. I do occasional test flying with Boeing, so I actually flew the Air Tanzania 737 MAX when it was in Seattle, which was great. Yay. I joined Boeing 2 years ago. I was a UK Civil Aviation Authority flight ops inspector and a training inspector, and I was the director of a company in Northern Europe. I joined specifically for competency-based training. So Boeing has been working on this for the last few years, and pretty much up till now, when you buy a Boeing aeroplane, it's a bit like buying a new car. You pick it up from the parking lots, and it's yours. And Boeing very rapidly realized that that isn't the way to go, and we need to be able to help and support our customers. And there are about 900 airlines in the world that fly Boeing airplanes, of which 300 probably didn't buy them from Boeing. They probably bought them from a leasing company. And then competency-based training was starting to gather speed. So Boeing has come up with, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that Boeing have come up with a series of global aviation or global aerospace safety initiatives. And these are now ongoing. So it was initially an initiative, now this is an ongoing. So all of the funding that I get is for safety. I work with regulators all across the world. I have a big international team, and they're all experts in talking to airlines about regulation, how it complies, and how they can make their operations safer. So I work for Boeing Global Services. Boeing are 3 big companies: Boeing Military, Boeing Commercial Aircraft, and everything else is Boeing Global Services. And I work for Training Solutions. Next slide. So I've put together a team of 25 very senior, most of them are all ex-heads of training from airlines from across the world. And they've all got areas of expertise from safety management systems, regulatory. They've sat on the EASA rulemaking committees. They've worked with ICAO and various other regulators around the world. And what Boeing has done is they've created a competency-based and evidence-based training program. So competencies is what we talk about. Competencies are first, and then when you have enough evidence, you can start to move into evidence-based training. What we're trying to do is to make training more relevant. So for anybody here that's a pilot, if you go back and you look in the simulator, the first 35 minutes is probably cockpit setup. Very rarely does anybody fail cockpit setup. Now, if you could possibly remove cockpit setup and replace it with a 2-engine go-around, you're starting to get more value, but you're moving away from traditional flight crew licensing skill test items that you have to do because the regulation says you have to do it. And evidence means that you've got the evidence to start, through your safety management system, managing your risks better. If you look at most airlines' safety management system, it probably doesn't have 2-engine go-around, and it certainly won't have single-engine ILS, because you presume these things are mitigated. You've probably got other things, probably competencies. So what Boeing have done is they've created, they've got 300 instructors in the world. We've got campuses all around the world, and Boeing predominantly build aeroplanes and do the type ratings that come with the aeroplane. So they've looked at the traditional competency-based ICAO framework. They've applied that as an overlay procedure to the existing type rating. So now you start to talk about competency during the type rating, so that by the time the pilot finishes the type rating course, he's much more ready and prepared for airline operations. And then predominantly what I'm looking at is recurrent training. So in recurrent training, obviously type rating training is great, but that's only for pilots that are changing aeroplane type or new to the company. Everybody does recurrent. So you can have a much bigger impact on safety if you look at recurrent training, because that's what every pilot has to do. Next slide. Or you might just click your way through. There we go. Keep going. Get the full picture. Keep going. Keep going. Right. So when I talk about competency-based training, what I do is I come to an airline and we explain to them about a competency-based, evidence-based program. It's not just about instructor skills. There are clearly instructor skills, but this is about how do you manage the program and how do the regulator oversee the program, because they're perhaps used to looking at traditional-based content, single-engine ILS, single-engine go-around, pass-fail criteria, and suddenly you're starting to put competencies in there. So what we do is we help the airline with a visit. We come and visit the airline. We send out a team of experts. They're going to work with the airline for maybe a week. We're going to gather as much information as we can, and then we're going to come up with the transition plan. That transition plan is probably a 2 to 3 year transition plan. So this isn't a short-term fix. Once we've created the implementation plan, we then look at instructor training and standardization. The only true way to standardization is to have one instructor. Everything more than one gets more complicated. So if you've got more than one, the airline has more than one instructor, how are you going to standardize them? And Boeing is starting to develop some material that can help with that process, even if it's small 5-10 minute videos, and we all watch the same video, and then we all mark it. You give a 1, you give a 5, we're too far apart. This is some standardization, but this is the sort of program we start to take the airline through. Most airlines now have a safety management system, but what is a competency-based training? How does that alter the safety management system? So when we talk of data, we've got flight data monitoring. So Boeing has a program for looking at flight data monitoring. Now, you might be the best airline in the world, but if you can't compare your data, how do you know? So this is where Boeing are now using a collection of the data to be able to give you back that generic information that says this is where you are globally, which is really useful, step one. Second one is you've got nice standardization program of your instructors, and the pilots are starting to get graded in the simulators so that you've got what we would call validated data. So now you can see the evidence of the training data. Is what you're doing getting onto the aeroplane? So then you've got other schemes like LOSA, perhaps line-orientated safety audits, and anything else that you can gather. If you just take on 200 cadets, your communication probably is going to go down for the first 6 months, and they get a bit more experience, and it goes back up again. So you've got to know what's happening within your airline. There is no point in the safety management system saying, well, what you need to do is train the pilots more to use automatics. Well, the autopilot's broken, so how do you do that? So this is where you need to put in quite a lot of effort into how you're going to manage a safety management system with competency overlay. Why are you changing something in your current program? Say, well, the airline clearly is kind of transitioning, trying to make themselves safer through competency-based training, but we also make sure that the regulator's on the same page as well. So we invite the airlines to bring their regulator with them on the training courses, on the training journey, if nothing else. Flick forward again. Right, keep looking through. So this is when I talk about competency-based training and evidence-based training. This end on the left-hand side is where the majority of the airlines in the world are today. So you've got traditional legacy-based training, probably designed in the 1950s. The content hasn't significantly changed. What we're then doing is doing CBTA integrated or an overlay, adding competencies, moving towards mixed EBT. And the regulations are not quite catching up yet with licensing. So if you've still got to be able to sign a pilot's license to be able for him to either leave or go to another airline. And then beyond that, you're talking of things that there should be a bigger gap, and that should be in the room next door, because baseline EBT and advanced EBT are off the scale for most companies. So that's where we are. Next page. I'm just conscious of time. So Boeing's created a program suitable for any airline. We are working with the Association of Manufacturers, so you've got Embraer, Airbus, and I can't remember, Comac, the Chinese carrier. And because most companies that we deal with have more than Boeing aeroplanes, and they ask us the same question, well, how do you apply this to another fleet? So we're coming up with some joint communications from the AMTA group as to how do we do that. Now, competencies can be applied to any airline, but there are some things that clearly would be manufacturer-led, and how do we kind of help the airlines with that? Safety is achieved through managing the program, not just putting the instructors on a course. I get nervous when airlines say, well, no, we're CBTA, we've put all the pilots on a training course. And you're going, that's a CBTA upskilling, but if you can't manage the safety management system and you can't manage the overall program, which is really where we would come back to you and the regulators, the other regulators, and say, well, how do you expect them, what evidence do you need for them to be able to come back to you and say, we've got the data that shows this is how we're effectively managing our program. Next slide. So we've got type ratings, 121, a Boeing training library, and the next one on the end is data management. So there's two things that I was obviously airline as well and regulator. Two things that you can't do yourself very easily as an airline. One is compare yourself to anybody else. So how do you know that you're good? So data comparison is important, and data sharing is very important. And the second one is creating content is really timely and really expensive. So if you're going to train a video or instructor guide, these sorts of things, you take a lot of money, a lot of time, you've got to film them in the simulator. So Boeing's coming up with a training library. And in the library, the airline can go, we've got the data, we need something on communication and decision making. Go to the library, and there you have your nice module that you can put into your current program. Ideally, the data drives which module. So we say, we think you need module number 6, because that's what the data is pointing at. But the airline is always responsible for their own recurrent. Next slide. Data-informed training. Data-informed training, regulators like data, regulators like facts, and they need to be able to make sure that what an airline is doing remains safe and compliant, and if they're going to change something, how are they going to do that? And that's going to be through data. So the data analytics is training data, safety data analytics, flight data monitoring, LOSA, where Boeing is starting to work with external companies initially to see, well, which companies do LOSA, how do they do it, how do you put that data back into the training program, and any other data, 200-hour cadets flying to 30-meter runways, 50 commands, whatever it is. This is all very good and valuable information that you need. Next slide. Right, so this is what I do in my team. So the team of 25 are scattered around the world. We've got people that specialize in everything to do with CBTA. Instructor training, so we've got instructor evaluators, we've got regulatory focals, they've all got regulatory background, they can come and talk to you. We're coming into this high-level Boeing regulatory affairs, which is all to do with countries and where you're going to fly and selling aeroplanes, nothing to do with that. My airline, my company, my team in Boeing is about helping the airline get to competency-based training. So what they do is they do the same briefing with the regulator as you give to the airline, so that when the airline comes to you and says, we want to do this Boeing CBTA program, you can go, aha, I've seen that, they briefed us, I know what you're talking about. Because what happens, we found, is that they go, I'm not really sure about it and I don't really know what you're trying to change. So it's very important that we engage with the regulators early. We then do the gap analysis, we collaborate with safety subject matter experts, we produce a customized training plan, and then we don't give it to the regulator, the airline gives it to the regulators. The airline is responsible and accountable for everything. So they will be submitting their application to do something different. Now that could just be, we're just going to add some competencies on the top of our already approved recurrent training program. That's good. So when the regulator then approves it, then we can then start the training. And then we start with the training. And that's going to be, depending how many instructors they've got, it could be anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. But we really want to stay with the airline until they've done about 3 recurrent training programs to make sure that they've got a real grip of managing the whole program. Next slide. Then we do the instructor training at the end. So just a quick run through on instructor training, because most people are quite interested. Next slide. Plus it's a nice picture. We talked about 9 competencies. So back to my son. Driving the car, my wife was trying to get out of him the 9 competencies, not very successfully. So there's 9 competencies which come from OK, you'll recognise, and they're all written in a particular way, and it builds up from the bottom, and knowledge is all around. So we take the airlines and the regulators through these 9 competencies. Next slide. Keep going. Let's keep going. I need to get rid of the click thing. So then we look at instructor training. So instructor training on CBTA, and we run a train the trainer course. We don't want them to be dependent on Boeing. So we try and get 2 of your leading instructors, the airline's leading instructors, up and running as quick as possible, so that the airline starts to become self-sufficient and can cascade the training within their own organisation. And then we look at instructor standardisation. And Boeing is creating, should have an up and running concordance program by later this year, which again, most airlines have something. If they've got nothing, we can come up with some ideas and suggestions, but Boeing would prefer to be standard. We call it freedom in a framework. We want airlines to be accountable and responsible for doing what they're doing. We want them to move towards competency-based training because we think it's safer, it's the right thing to do. And we want them to have the same marking scale, because you can't compare like for like if somebody's got a 1 to 10 marking scale and one's got a 1 to 5. And I know that, as an example, I come from the UK, I come from Manchester United, clearly. It says the Manchester City, that's not good. And British Airways in the UK had a 1 to 5 marking scale, but 5 was a fail. It was the other way around. So if you've got comparable data, you can now share data more easily. Next one. I see, 20 minutes. 777X, freely available to purchase at any moment. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you got something out of CBTO. Thank you. And a special gift.
Thank you.
I don't want the Embraer one.
Yeah. Captain said I need to get rid of the Embraer and go for the Boeing, so that's why it's giving me this. Thank you very much, Captain Stuba. Now, I will only invite 2 questions, max 2 questions. And if there's no questions, I'll be the happiest person in the room. But otherwise, 2 questions. And the rest of it, we'll provide the link or Kasoa email address if anybody has any other question for the presentation done for session 2. Oh, yes. Thank you. We start with the DG KCA. Yes, you can put it on.
Okay, thank you, Captain, for that presentation. On collaborative or CBTA, does it focus more on safety, but I noticed problem solving and decision making. Things like, assuming a Dreamliner has 300 people, and right after takeoff, 3 of the toilets are unserviceable. So things like that, is that something that is now in this training, or because those are still some areas that are a bit iffy? So I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
So can you just summarize again? So competencies are about, you can apply competency horse riding or driving a car or aeroplanes. ICAO and Boeing, Boeing is using the ICAO 9 competencies, of which I believe Airbus use the same, and the EASA use the same. So we're all using the same competencies, which you can apply to anything in flight. So this is trying to prevent the situation where the pilot technically passes everything. Yeah, he was 2 knots within the tolerance, and you kind of go, technically he hasn't really failed anything, but do you want him to fly with your friends and family? And you go, no, not really. Why? So you can use competencies to be able to say, well, what is it about? And there's some observable behaviors, and there's a framework that goes with them. I don't know whether that answers your question, because you mentioned the toilets, and I can't remember that on the check. So say your question again.
No, my question was, some of those areas which are really not safety related in decision making, and I use the case of a Dreamliner that has just taken off.
Yeah.
A full fuel, full passengers, assuming it's carrying 300 people.
Yeah.
And then shortly after takeoff, the pilot realizes, I know it's a far-fetched example, but like 3 toilets are unserviceable. So
great. No, but this is good. This is good. This is a good scenario. So competency-based training and evidence-based training uses scenario-based training. Most people learn from a scenario. You give somebody give them a story, and then it's more realistic. So scenario basing, that's a really good example where there's nothing unserviceable on the aeroplane. How are they going to communicate with the cabin crew? Have the cabin crew told them? Do they wait until they're mid-Atlantic? Do they return to the airfield? Do they dump fuel? Do they land overweight? You know, how do they communicate with air traffic? How do they communicate with the passengers? So it's absolutely a really good example of a communication and decision-making competence. And what would you expect them to do? So you'd expect them to make a decision, because I know I flew the 787 for the last 10 years. If you have no toilets and you cross the Atlantic, it gets really bad really quick. That's a very good example of a scenario-based training, absolutely. So if you can put it into the training and say this is based on reality, because we know that sometimes the toilets fail, so it is based on data. We're putting the scenario together. Then you can start to see, well, would all the captains make the same decision? How did they communicate that to air traffic? Did they speak to the company? They've got a sat phone. You know, did they talk to the company about which airport they want to divert to? Did they choose to land overweight? Overweight landing is not a heavy landing, it's an overweight landing. How much time did they, talk to the customers? If they're burning off fuel in the hold, did the cabin crew carry on with the service and give everybody a drink, to calm them down? So it's a great example. So yes, scenario-based training should include non-technical failures. Long answer, sorry. Good question though.
Thank you. And one last, if there is any. One last question. Otherwise, we can submit your recommendations, concern, questions at Kasoa, at We share that link again at the end of the program, but kindly you can submit more questions if something comes up at kasoa@kasoa.org.
Only if you change it to a Boeing badge.
Yes. Now I'll do that. Thank you. Yeah. At this stage, we are coming at the end of session 2, and I would like to take this opportunity before we come to a close to recognize the presence of TCA Board of Directors in the room. Now I'm employed, so on Monday I need to be back. I don't know if he's having done the right thing. In that case, I wanted to introduce to you or recognize the presence of Correction Engineer Dr. Malima Bundara. Sisemoye. Could you stand up so that they recognize your presence in the room? Engineer Dr. Malima Bundara, who is the TCA board member. We have among us Ms. Rukia Adam, who is the board member, and Mr. Yusuf M. Ali, TCA board member. And last but not least, the DG, of course, himself, Mr. Hamza Said Johari. So we are only missing 2 from there. Our program now is, as we conclude, we want to give token of appreciation to the presenters of session 1 and 2. And to officiate that, we just want to give the honor to Captain Stubat, who is the Director, Subat, who is the Director General, Republic of South Sudan Civil Aviation Authority. If you could come to the and he'll be the one to give present or recognition to all those 8 people who did the presentation before we come to the end of this session. While that one is ongoing, the Kasoa Secretariat. Yeah, I wanted to call to the 8 presenters, starting with DT, Mr. Paul Lukanga. So there is a motivation to do a presentation. Thank you, sir. Here. You could stand, DT. And then I call upon Ms. Penina Ngugi. You could just stand here. Mr. Yves Koning. Madame Lois Mwangi. My favorite, Captain Achi. Big man. Captain Jonathan Sayer. Captain Edward Givens. We are giving back. And last but not least, Captain Stuart Gruber. Yeah, thank you. Captain Subat. If you could do the honor, starting with Mr. Paul Lukanga. If you can just pause. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Ms. Penina Ngugi. Asante sana. Mr. Yves Koning, our main partner. Thank you. Madam Lois Mwangi. Okay. Mama Lois, yes, thank you. Captain Jonathan Sayer. Sorry, I just flipped up. From Coastal Air. Thank you. And my man, Captain Archie Homwe. Big man himself. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Captain Edward Gibbons from Boeing. Thank you. Last, Captain Stuart Gruber. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, sir. Distinguished guests, members of the floor, we have just now come to the end of session 2. It was my pleasure to take you through the 2 sessions. And I hereby now want to hand over to my able colleague, Mr. Lawrence Mukono from Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, who will take you through the session 3, which is promising to be more exciting. Mr. Lawrence Mukono, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, board members present, distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Mukono. I work for the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and I'll be taking you through the session 3 of the program, which will focus on issues of single air transport market, as well as dispute resolution. But before I do that, a little housekeeping for us. You are reminded of the gala dinner in the evening from 6:30. There's a list that will go around where you'll record your hotel, where you're staying, so that the organizers can be able to walk through planning for the transport effectively. This session will be a panel discussion, and it will be moderated by none other than the Director General of TCA and the Chairperson of Kaswa Board of Directors, Mr. Hamza Johari. Mr. Johari is an expert in aviation law and was appointed the DG of TCA on 22nd of February 2016. Before that, he had worked as an Executive Secretary of Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority Consumer Council Consultative Council, where he served for about 10 years. He holds a bachelor's law degree and a master's in international law with specialization in airspace, in air and space law from the University of Kyiv in Ukraine. He is the chair of CANSO, that is the Civil Aviation Navigation Services Organization for Africa region, and CANSO executive member. He's also the former chair of SADC, Civil Aviation Committee, and currently the chair of the National Civil Aviation Security Committee in Tanzania. And as I mentioned, he's the chair of the board of KASOA. Mr. Johari is also a visiting lecturer in the matters of law encouraged by land, sea, and air at the University of Dar es Salaam, Mzumbe University, and National Transport Institute, and is an associate consultant for aviation, transport, and regulation law in matter at the East and Southern Africa Management Institute, ESAMI. He has a professional career that spans over 18 years on civil aviation matters, and it gives me great honor to welcome Mr. Johari to be able to invite the panelists for the next panel.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's very challenging to come this time of the day. We are going to discuss more about single African air transport market. As you might be all aware, that SATIM is one of the flagship project of the African Union 2063 agenda. There are 7, so one of them is SATIM. So they were trying to come up with initiatives on how they can fast-track implementation of Yamoussoukro decision. And if you all remember that way back in 1988, head of states from Africa met in Yamoussoukro to come and crafted this vision on how they can liberalize air transport for scheduled and non-scheduled services, as well as how we can remove restrictions in terms of traffic rights, capacity and frequency. But again, after 10 years, nothing was happening, so they met in the very same city, Yamoussoukro, to come up with concrete measures on how they can speed up the implementation of YED. So they came up this time around with a decision, and 2 years later they went to Lom in July in Togo and adopted now the decision for the implementation. But then again, the issue was the institutionalization, which institution is going to enforce. So then they decided to appoint African Civil Aviation Commission as an institution for the enforcement of the YED through SATIM, and SATIM was established. But again, there are still fear in terms of legal framework, in terms of competitions, in terms of so many things. So we are going to have two presenters. So Brenda, please can you come on stage? She will do the presentation on that particular area. Brenda, maybe I give you 10 minutes. What do you think? 10 minutes? Okay, she will try. And then Helen will also do the second presentation, and then I will have some discussants sitting along with me to chat this very important strategic topic in the continent. So Brenda, please take the floor.
Thank you, Director General. As mentioned, my name is Brenda Nihinyurgwa, and I am making this presentation on behalf of Mr. Eric Nangengerwa, who was not able to make it today. So I've stepped in the gap, and I hope I'll be able to effectively convey his message to you. So I'll be just basically talking about the single African air transport market. I think the moderator has adequately given an overview, a background to how this has come to be. Next slide. So that is basically the content of this presentation. We have the background, the coordination structure, the number of SATIM member states, the benefits of SATIM, the SATIM project implementation, and its impediments. So we have a background, and we look into the global African trends. So you might need to just move faster, sorry. We have all these different aspects that have been looked into over the past years in terms of health, the political instability worldwide, economic growth and inflation, the oil and the dollar, the environment, in terms of climate change, trade and commerce, the AFCFTA, how do we fit into that? Infrastructure and connectivity. It is known that we have some gaps. There's a shortfall in that area. Movement of people is also an issue in the region. And of course, population and poverty. So these are some key elements that we need to look into as we try to implement this initiative. Next slide, please. I think you can try. Thank you. So the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the AU adopted the Declaration of SATIM in 2015. And in 2018, it was officially launched. So this actually enabled the African states to fully operationalize the Yamoussoukro Declaration. And there are five key areas. The first being elimination of non-physical barriers that hamper the sustainable development of air transport services. The second being creating a conducive environment for the development and provision of safe, reliable and affordable air transport services. The third being establishing a liberalized intra-African aviation market in relation to traffic rights, capacity, frequency, and pricing. The fourth, enhancing cooperation among African airlines and improving the quality of service to the consumers. So all of these contribute to the single African air transport market in Africa and the liberalization of aviation on the continent, therefore driving economic integration. There are a number of partners in this initiative. So the implementing agency, as you know, is AFCAC, which is an institution of the African Union Commission. And to support this, we have a number of strategic partners on the international scene, from UNECA, ICAO, the banking sector, AFDB, World Bank, Afri-Exim Bank, and then we also have the REX, which we all know are a stepping stone of all the agenda of the AU. And then, of course, some partner states supporting this, and international and regional partners. So where do we want to be when it comes to the single African air transport market? As we have heard from the remarks of the Honorable Speaker of Parliament of IALA, we are frustrated with the cost of ticket prices in the region. So one of the key outputs of this would be a drop in the average fare levels for the intra-African routes, and then, of course, an increase in Fifth Freedom connections by 30% in 2025. That is the goal. And of course, an increase in intra-African routes and direct city pairs. So as you know, connectivity is really an issue in Africa. It takes over 10 hours to fly from East to West Africa, which is quite frustrating. So we have a number of member states that have joined, that have signed the solemn declaration. And we are hoping that this number increases. Currently in the East African community, we have just two, Kenya and Rwanda. And we are hoping that the rest will follow shortly. Thankfully, the decision makers are in this room. So we hope that we see them sign this soon enough. So the policy and regulatory framework for this initiative, basically, we have the regulatory texts of the Yamoussoukro decision, and it provides for the functions of the executing agency. The dispute settlement mechanisms, consumer protection, and competition regulations have also been put in place by AFCAC. They have developed some sort of model format for partner states to take on. The executing agency has been fully operationalized to oversee the implementation of SATM. We have 37 member states representing 90% of the intra-Africa traffic, with over 1 billion of the population that have signed this solemn commitment. So 25 of them have further gone in to sign the MOI to amend the provisions of their respective BASAs and to ensure that in future, all the BASAs that will be signed between these member states are actually compliant with the YD. So if you're not familiar with the YD provides for liberalization of air services, within which the granting of the Fifth Freedom is under. So we have a number of designated African airlines that are part of this initiative. As you can see, it's quite extensive. And there are definitely some benefits to that. We can go to the next slide and the next one after that. Thank you. So we have the benefits of this initiative, fare reduction. So this will see us have fares reduced by up to 26%, saving us a total of about $1.46 billion per annum. And also a consumer surplus increase by $2.85 billion. So these numbers are really, really attractive. So traffic growth, 15.9 million additional passengers, because if the airfares are cheap, then more people can actually afford to use air transport. Right now it's seen as something that belongs to a certain class of people. So once we have the fares reduced, we have more people flying. 6.7 million passenger increase in the 35 SATM states. So imagine if you have all the 54 countries on board. how many passengers do we see flying in the region? Connectivity is expected that 145 additional city pairs will be created. You'll have more direct flights in the region. You won't be taking an airline as if it's a bus within Africa. We can't be having stopovers in every city. At least we'll have people flying from one point directly to another. And then also a shorter traveling time. So I'd want to fly to Lagos in 4 hours instead of taking 10 hours. Then again, we have job creation, because that would mean more airlines, more flights, more passengers to look after. So this is really something that we need to look into as a region. We can see that's the list of the SATM pilot implementation project ready states. We have a good number there. Next slide, please. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, so we have 19 states on board. And of course, we have some strategic stakeholders. The president of Togo is currently the SATM champion, and the president of Senegal is a host. We have also a number of stakeholders that also participate in this. And then, next slide, please. We have a cluster of states. So this is basically states that have been grouped together to implement the various aspects of the YD. So all these states have been put together to ensure that they each comply with the YD provisions under their BASAs. So we have Angola, Mozambique, and Equatorial Guinea that has been put together. We have Kenya, Zambia, Namibia, and South Africa, Rwanda, Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire. So if you go across, you'll see that they've been grouped together so that it's more like a phased approach. They have different clusters working within themselves so that at the end of the day, we have them expand and have more within their groups. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Of course, we have a bit of impediments in this implementation. One, we have inadequate airport infrastructure. There's a low level of YD compliant air service agreements. There's a policy of protectionism, which we have heard loud and clear in this room. We have a low level of effective implementation of ICAO SAPs, and that's where the RSOs step in to assist on this. We have high operational costs, aviation fuel, charges, and the like. These all impact on the cost of tickets in the region. We have unfavorable regulatory environment and a culture of non-prioritization of aviation. I mean, if you go out there, people ask you, so what's aviation about? They don't actually understand the technicalities in this industry. So it's important that people understand what is at stake, especially the decision makers in the countries. So we can go to the next slide after that. So these are the steps that have been taken by AFCAC in implementing SATM. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, so I'm trying to run through these. So these are the different actions that have been taken. We have SATM ambassadors across the board trying to promote this. We have alignment of buses. We have the clusters of states and the like. Can go to the next slide. So these are the steps also being taken in the Joint Priority Action Plan for this operationalization. So I will not repeat. I think I've gone through everything from improving the level of safety, resource mobilization, meetings with stakeholders, ensuring members of the SATM fully implement the measures that have been agreed upon. So we will share this slide with you so that you understand this better. We can go to the next. There are 6 pillars under SATM. We have advocacy and communication. This, I believe, would be one of them, where we have such workshops that basically share what is being done and what is required to be done. We have pillar number 2, which is the SATM regulatory framework. We've heard them talking about, we've heard a number of members talking about having a common legislation. I think that this might actually help us go a step unity. once we go that direction, it will be easier to have even a domestic market. So we have all these regulatory texts under the YD, ranging from consumer protection, dispute settlement, economic regulations. And I'm happy to share that the EAC is actually developing these regulations for the region. So we are taking steps to have SATIM implemented in the region. We have Pillar 3 on the operationalization of SATIM. Pillar 4 on aviation infrastructure, which is very pertinent. And then another key pillar is Pillar 5, ensuring safety, security, and environmental protection. You know, you cannot move from one point to another if you're not sure that, for example, if it's a vehicle, if a person doesn't have a license, if the vehicle is defective, you cannot have an effective transportation system. So the same goes with the airline industry. If safety and security is not in check, then we do not have an efficient transport system. So Pillar 5 looks into that, including the environment. You might be familiar with the COSIA initiative under ICAO. So we have that to look into as we venture into SATIM, as well as aviation financing as the last pillar. So how do we join SATIM? 1, you sign the solemn declaration. 2, implement the concrete measures that have been set. There are about 8 that have been agreed upon. 3, signing the memorandum of implementation as part of the 8 concrete measures. And 4, notifying the executing agency, which is AFCAC, of the implementation of the concrete measures. So I would like to take this opportunity to encourage the partner states that have not yet joined this initiative to do so. We really need to see cheaper tickets, and we really need to see more people moving in the skies of East Africa and Africa at large. So thank you for listening. Merci, obrigado, asante, murakoze chane.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Brenda is a lawyer working at East African Community Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, KASOA, EAC KASOA. Thank you so much, Brenda. And actually, it took me back 7 years ago. I was to fly into Lusaka, and the only choice of airline that I had was a South African airline from Dar es Salaam to Lusaka. So with all these restrictions, so I flew all the way over the airspace of Zambia, all the way to Johannesburg, about 3 hours flight. So I overflew my destination. And then connection time there was about 3 hours. And then another 2 hours flight back to Lusaka. Actually, Dar es Salaam, Lusaka is about 1 hour or less. So these are the kind of challenges that we are having. That's why the head of African states decided to come up with these initiatives. So then next is Ellen Manga from African Civil Aviation Commission. She's going to do more of now the legal mechanism for resolving disputes in aviation with respect to the Yamoussoukro and SATIM. So Helen, please take the floor. And you have, how many minutes do you need? 10. I'll be happy if you can do 10. God bless you.
Thank you very much, DG. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing on existing protocols. My name is Ilan Manga. I'm the senior officer at the SATIM YD Dispute Settlement Mechanism hosted at the AFCAC office in Dakar. With all the figures that Brenda have given, it means the implementation of SATIM means increased commercial activities. And with increased commercial activities, there must be differences or disputes that one will have to encounter. Most of the member states of the African Union did not accept the SATIM initiative
by virtue of the fact that some of them raised the issue of the non-completion of all the regulatory texts of the SATAM YD, and that dispute mechanism was very essential in that for them to have increased connectivity and increased activity for the YD SATAM, all the regulatory framework have to be in place. So in 2022, the assemblies of heads of states and government of the AU adopted the YD Annex Dispute Settlement Regulation, which is Annex 3 of the YD. Because I don't have much time, so I'll be running through my slides, and I'll just jump slide 2, and I'll want to be given slide 3. Okay, so this slide talk about the context. So it gives us that since 1999, when the YD came into being, in 2018, we have the YD regulatory text of consumer protection and competition was adopted, and the SATAM was launched under Agenda 2063. Then in 2022, the regulatory text was adopted, which is Annex 3 of the dispute settlement mechanism. Can I have the other slide, please? Okay, so under the YD Annex 3, I just took a caption of some of the definition as it relates to the meeting. What is an African air transport legal instrument, who is an air service provider, and who are air transport undertaker, and who is a claimant under the YD Annex 3, and who are disputing parties. So those are the definitions that I've just picked up from the YD Annex 3 regulation, and it gives you a broad picture of the parties or the actors that the YD Annex 3 dispute resolution mechanism is applicable to. So if I could go to the next slide, please. So this gives the scope of the YD Annex 3. So the scope goes to both member state economic communities, that is the EAC, and for instance, under the state or state entities and economic communities. Once they come out with a decision that is discriminatory to competition in the air transport industry, they will be subjected to the dispute mechanism resolution. Then with airlines and service providers, most of them are being encouraged to amend their contractual agreement to align it with the provision of the Annex 3 dispute settlement resolution. Then the dispute settlement resolution is also applicable to consumer protection and competition competition regulation as it affects the wider aviation industry within the continent. Can I have the next slide? So this is the objective of the DSM. It's to facilitate confidence within the African member state that there is a fair and transparent rule of procedure for the settlement of dispute in cases of dispute arising from the interpretation of the regulatory text, which is the YD, and other legal instruments and its annexes. When it comes to consumers too, for the consumers, it also gives them an opportunity for them to come to the YD dispute settlement for redress. But there is a caveat here. The dispute settlement regulation does not apply within the state. For instance, if there is an issue between Tanzania airline and a service provider within Tanzania, it is the national laws that will be applicable. So the dispute mechanism regulation applies to interstate or regional activities wherein there is a conflict in their application. But however, it does not apply within internal institutions within a member state. So the regulation within the member states will be applicable to address those issues as they arise. Can I have the next slide, please? Well, I'm just going to run through this one. The dispute mechanism gives you the different mechanisms that will be available. It gives negotiation, conciliation, mediation, and arbitration. So these are the mechanisms that the regulation have provided to member states and service providers. However, when it comes to consumer protection, it only gives the consumers the right to come under either mediation or conciliation. But however, consumers cannot come under arbitration as per the regulation. So the regulation gives the arbitration aspect to other entities, example, member states and state entities, regional organization, but however, consumers are excluded from coming to, from utilizing the arbitration mechanism provided in the regulation. So just to run through, for a party to come to the dispute settlement mechanism or apply or to be subjected to the regulation, one, for state entity, once they are a member of the YD SATEM, they automatically bind by the provision of the regulation. However, for other state entities, their contractual agreement have to states that they have to be subjected to the YD SATEM dispute resolution. As we all know, international law dictates that for you to come to use any of the mechanism, there must be a legal instrument referring to it. For member state is the text, and for other entities like the service providers, it is contractual agreement that will refer them to the dispute settlement mechanism. Can you skip that, please? Let's go. Thank you. 2 minutes, okay. Maybe you could skip this one, because this is just giving you an overview as to the processes when you commencing an arbitration. So the dispute settlement created institution. The regulation created 3 institutions to manage the regulation. It created the Administrative Council, the Secretariat, and then it also created the Office of the Monitoring Body. So the institutions that manage these regulations are the Secretariat of the Dispute Settlement Mechanism, the Administrative Council, which is consists of members from the 5 AU regions. So the 5 AU regions will have to have representative to the council with their alternate. So each of the regions will have one. That's the substantive and an alternate member. Then you have the monitoring body. The monitoring body is made up of certain institutions within the continent that assist the ministers of transport in the implementation of the YD SATEM. So under the monitoring body, you could see that the RECs are a pillar of it, because whatever AU is doing, the RECs, they stand as a foundation of the role of implementing whatever policies that comes from the African Union. So these are the monitoring body members that help in the management of the regulation under Annex 3. As you could see the composition of the body, you will know that it is an apolitical body dealing mostly on air transport activities, because you could see AFRA is there representing the airlines, AFDB as the bank financing, UNECA, as we all know, coordinated this certain YD. The first meeting that was done in 1998 was coordinated and organized by UNECA. So they have always been a pillar of the YD SATEM. Then you have the AUC, which is the policy organ, and then AFRA as the, AFCAC as the executing agency. So these are the institutions responsible for managing the regulation and supervising what the Administrative Council and the Secretariat is doing when it comes to the application of this regulation. However, this body is also answerable to the ministers responsible for transport. At the last meeting of the STC, they delegated this body to now nominate the Administrative Council. The members of the Administrative Councils, the process is ongoing, which UNECA is coordinating, and I guess in the next few months, the Administrative Council of Annex 3 will be up and running. Next slide. Maybe you just give me the last slide, please. The last slide, please, if I can just have the last one. The next one. There is something missing there. No. No, the last one where you have the address, there is something. I have it as a note under this for the inquiries. Yes, so that's it. So under the note, I'll also, because IASA is present, so I'll also want to recognize IASA, because IASA has been supporting the Dispute Settlement Secretariat. When it was launched in 2022, the AFCAC and AUC were instructed by the Assemblies of Head of States to make the dispute settlement operational. However, it was IASA that came in to really start up the operationalization of the Dispute Settlement Secretariat. So the Dispute Settlement Secretariat currently is being funded by IASA for its operationalization. So I just thought I should also add my voice to say thank you to IASA for the support that they've been rendering in the continent. So basically, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Ellen is also a lawyer from African Civil Aviation Commission. We thank you so much for your presentation, and we thank EASA for the support of the dispute settlement unit within the African Civil Aviation Commission. We appreciate so much. That has been a concern to many African states who are hesitant to join SATIM, that they were not sure whether we have effective dispute settlement mechanism within the AFCAC, and now that it was very important that we have this topic presented to us so that to alleviate our fears. So it's a panel of lawyers. You know, SATIM there are some legal issues, but also some economic issues. So I also going to have with me some discussants. Some of them lawyers, some of them economists. So I have Patrick Makasungura from Air Tanzania. This guy is an economist. He will assist us to discuss some of the points on this representation. And also, I need a lawyer here. We have an attorney at law, Slim. Slim, where are you? Okay, as I've said, there are some legal issues and economic issues. And Daniel Nelson Malanga, as an economist, Director of Economic Regulation from Tanzania's Civil Aviation Authority. And Arnold, where are you? Please come on board. And then what I'm going to do, I'll just pass one round of, because we don't have time. I wish it was in the morning. I really wish if it was in the morning, we could have made it more interesting, giving you more time to ask more questions on this very, very important topic. So one round of one question each, and then I will go to the floor, take more questions, and they will respond. Okay, let's go. Let's start with the regulator, Daniel Nelson Malanga. As I was saying when I was opening up, when we went to Yamoussoukro, that was way back in 1988, and we came up with a declaration, and then nothing happened, and then 10 years we are going back to the same city, that things are not moving. What should we do? And then it's changing from declaration into decision. And then things are not moving, and we went all the way to Lom. And the debate was very hot in Lom. And some of the issues were what Helen and Brenda were presenting, especially the issue of competition, consumer protection, and the legal framework. And then done 2018, we have SATIM, we have launched it, now AFCAC as an institution to enforce, but still things are not moving that fast. There's still delay in implementation of YD. So to you, Daniel Malang, what do you think? What is the reason why there is such a delay or hesitation in implementation of YD?
Thank you, moderator. It's very unfortunate that the decision or declaration is 26 years old. So until today, no full implementation of YD has taken place. It's very unfortunate, and I think, in my opinion, one of the reasons is that every state is trying to protect the local airlines from perishing. Of course, it's a fear that, of course, states think if we fully implement the Yamoussoukro decision, their airlines will die, and especially if the airlines are weak. And also, the states which wish to have national airlines and have not started yet the airlines, they think is again a fear of unknown. They think that they won't be able to establish airlines because the competition is very, very, very high. So I think we just have not been able, nobody has given answers to states, member states of Africa, on the benefits that they are foregoing by not joining SATIM. There are benefits that they don't discuss about having in SATIM, but now they are just concentrating on fearing that the airlines, weak airlines, are going to perish. And it's a duty of the executive agency, AFCAC, and the other members, of course, the states, to encourage states to join SATIM and explain the benefit that we expect from fully implementing SATIM. What we have done in EAC, we've moved a bit ahead compared to other regs. We have already in place the regulations that would be used to effectively implement YD. And the regulations have been adopted by the ministers. So we are waiting for being effected. What we have done in the regulations that any state which is not ready today to fully implement YD is given kind of an exemption for some time. After which time then they will be able to join. That's very important for us to provide that, to give that provision, because we believe we should not leave an open-ended situation whereby now airlines think that forever they'll be protected. Another thing is that I think the member states which have already joined the SATIM or who are already implementing the YD fully have not been able to adequately demonstrate to other member states so that we get encouraged to join. For example, now we have 19 or 20 members in PIP. Those members have a very big duty to demonstrate, to tell the states which have not joined the SATIM, to show them that SATIM is good, it's a good thing. So join SATIM. These are the benefits you expect from joining. But I think we have a duty to ensure that those states demonstrate fully to those members so that we all join SATIM. The other thing, Mr. Moderator, I think we also lack effective sensitization to all members. We've just been advocating joining SATIM. We need to go beyond that by having a lot of programs to tell people, those who have joined and those who have not joined, to tell them what we do expect from joining SATIM. Statistically, you show statistically, if Tanzania has joined SATIM 2-3 years ago, it must tell the population, the world, that we've joined SATIM, and what we benefited from joining it, we are enjoying market access to these countries, and actually, statistically, we have benefited in terms of increasing the volume of travelers, and also economically, how we have benefited in terms of passengers that we have got from joining SATIM. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel Nelson Malanga, for your comments. And okay, in the morning we heard from the speaker, Eyala, talking about fare being high, and he urged us to see what we can do to reduce the fare, the cost of air travel. And essentially, he was referring to SATIM. That is essentially, that is what he was telling us, that join and always join SATIM. So he urged us. So now here is the minister. Minister would always wish to hear from lawyers. So Slim, you are a lawyer, I know, and your minister is calling you. I need your advice. Have you heard what the speaker said today? So what would you be your convincing arguments to him for a state to join SATIM? Because I know you are a very good lawyer, so the minister is before you for your advice. What would you think? Would you convince him on that particular aspect? Slim?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Slim Abdullah. I'm a partner to Riven Co., a law firm based in Zanzibar, Dar es Salaam, Arusha, and Dodoma. Actually, I could straightforward tell my minister that to me this is a great opportunity, that if we want to grow, then we have to face the challenges. Because if you keep on protecting yourself, and Tanzania is not an island which stands alone from the rest of the world, then we have to face the challenges so we can grow. Africa, in 2019, almost 4.5 billion passengers were handled globally, and Africa had only contributed 2.7%. With the fact that Africa is a home of more than 1.5 billion people, that means Africa is missing a lot, just out of fear and protectionism, which is really, really, to me, doesn't make any sense. And secondly, if you compare, and if you can take some cases from various established and emerging economy, like UAE, Singapore, and other countries, aviation has played a major role in transforming the development of the economy. To date, UAE is a well-known, big brand with their airlines. And this has not come overnight. It's a matter of taking some time, putting proper strategies, facing challenges, and tomorrow you're going to be greater and greater. To date, accessing Africa is more complicated than accessing Europe in terms of connectivity, in terms of budget-wise, in terms of other complications. So if we want to develop, we have to join forces. Europe is highly connected. Same to America. Why not Africa? And we are expecting growth, we are expecting economic development. That is really impossible. So we need to face the fact. We need to run away from our fear, because our fear is our own enemy. That's a fact. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Arnold. You know, as I've said, when we went to LOM, the hot debate was more on legal framework, and then the issue of available remedies. That now that we have opened up and stiff competition, and what will be the available remedies in case of any disputes, and the issue of the operationalization of dispute settlement mechanism itself within YD and SATM. And I want to take this question to African Civil Aviation Commission itself, because they are the enforcer and the institution that is implementing SATM, and that is to Ellen. Ellen, as I've said, is a lawyer. This has been a problem to some states that they are not aware what is. So what remedies will the operationalization of YD SATM dispute settlement mechanism provide to the industry?
Thank you very much, DG. The operationalization of the YD SATM dispute settlement brings on a lot of remedies. When it comes to state parties, it will resolve the issues of designation. Because you could see that most of the YD member states do refuse the fifth freedom. And once you sign up to the YD, fifth freedom is automatic. Unlimited restriction and frequencies have become unlimited to the eligible airlines that are designated by your member states. So those issues have been within the continent for a while. So those are the issues that the member states will bring into the YD SATM Secretariat for them to resolve. However, it has given member states negotiation as a first instance of settling those disputes. So it now have, member states now don't have the opportunity to say that, well, we wanted a fifth freedom and, you know, we're not being given by country A. So now you have an institution that you could go to really also mediate on your behalf for you to get those. When it comes to the consumers, it has come also to complement the different legal regimes that we have in the continent. Because consumers are faced with different legal regimes that they have to address when it comes to their remedy. There was an example of Malaysian Airlines that were supposed to compensate their passengers, because on board an aircraft, you have passengers from different nationalities and countries. So if an airline is registered in a particular country and belongs to a particular community, it also has on board that, there is also on board that aircraft passengers that are not within that community or within that country. So where will those people present their dispute? In the case of Malaysia, they had on board some consumers that were from South Africa. But South Africa is not a member of COMASA. So those passengers that were South Africans were not compensated. So this is what the dispute settlement has come to remedy. That every passenger, every consumer within the aviation industry will have a place, irrespective of the legal regime that is applicable to your ticket, wherein your matter will be had. The same also applies to competition within the aviation industry. So this is what the dispute settlement will remedy when it comes to the application of the different regimes within the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellen. And now, as the region, we are East African Community, and we have CASOA now as a regional body. that is assisting us in a number of areas of safety, security. But again, when it comes to this atom, and my question will go to Brenda, because Brenda is our lawyer in Kasoa. What do you think will be the best regional approach for SATEM? And how best do you see this is working for East African community? The board members are here, the stakeholders are here. What would be your comment on the regional approach?
Thank you for that question. So I just want to take us back to our forefathers, the ones behind the establishment of the East African community, and also the framers of the treaty. When you look at Article 92 of the treaty, which tells us about how the partner states agree to cooperate in aviation matters, you can see that way back in 1999, when that treaty came to be, they had already foreseen the importance of liberalization in the region. They were already seeing us implementing the YD. So everything is actually well set in the legal framework of the community. Article 92 tells us that the partner states agree to liberalize the airspace. The partner states agree to establish a seamless upper airspace. They agree to on implementing Annex 9 on facilitation of passengers. So they agree to a common aviation policy. They agree to common laws. So in essence, the regional approach has already been dictated to us in the treaty. What is next and what is expected of us is to basically implement. So in my opinion, in my humble opinion, the best regional approach in this case would be to domesticate the East African community market. I think we have everything in place under the treaty, save for maybe a few amendments that might need us to go a step further. But as a starting point, I think we need to look into domesticating the East African community airspace. What does that mean? It would mean all the airlines flying within East Africa are considered basically national airlines. They are already domesticated wherever they fly in the region. And how do we go a step further? Common laws. Once we have a common aviation legislative framework, be it in safety, security, air transport, economic, and the like, then it will be much easier for us to go ahead and have a regional approach to implementing SATEM in the East African community. And I want to believe that once we go that direction, would be basically the lead for the rest of Africa. They will be looking at us to see how they can copy what the East African community has done. So I'm hoping that the leaders here and the decision makers here consider this approach. We have many brilliant lawyers in the region who are ready to assist on this. And I think the economists here are also ready to see that we are able to fly across the region and enjoy cheaper tickets. We're not reinventing the wheel. The EU is ably doing it, and we have a lot to learn from them. So as a region, I think we should take that approach, and I'm sure that the citizens of East Africa will be very grateful for what we're going to do for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brenda. We really want to enjoy cheaper tickets. National airline. So there is this belief that national airlines are being protected, or maybe not, or maybe yes. But also airlines, they have various opinion on this particular area. Some of them, they feel that this is the way to go. Some of them, they feel that maybe this and that has to be done. Some of them, they say, okay, maybe we should status quo and things like that. Patrick Mwakasungura is from Air Tanzania. Patrick, now the questions comes to you. And what should I ask you? What is your opinion about Tanzania joining SATIM?
Thank you, moderator. Taking it positively, joining SATIM for Tanzania, of course, one, it will increase the market access among the phone. Oh, thank you. Hello. Okay, thank you. So, joining SATIM, it means we are going to increase the market access for African operator, not only Tanzania, because now the situation we have is among African states, we have many restrictions which are imposed by the current BASA bilateral agreement. So going to SATIM, it means we are going to replace those BASA with multilateralism. You see, so it will increase more market for Air Tanzania, not only Air Tanzania, with other operators as well. So you'll be able to operate in any African market wherever there's an opportunity. So another thing is SATIM, it means we are going to improve our connectivity. As you have said, DG, at one point you wanted to travel from Dar es Salaam to Lusaka, but due to difficulties in the connectivities and how the airline operator, so you were to travel to South Africa and coming back all the way. So going that way, it means you first you incur more cost, you spend more time going for those connectivities and so forth. So being with SATIM, it means we are improving connectivity, whether it's from West to East, North, South, Center. So airline will be able to operate whenever there is an opportunity for that. Not only that, also the SATIM, it means as an operator side, it means we are going to increase more city pairs, OND, origin and destination. So increasing more city pairs, it means the many market and the business volume for airline is increasing. As my sister Brenda said that, once we implement, it means there's more additional, like 145 additional city pairs. Yes, so if you take that city pairs, it means you increase more traffic. More traffic, you'll be able to transport passenger and cargo. So this is it resulted to economic growth for the country. Another thing is going with the SATIM. It means we will enhance collaboration and synergy among the airlines and increase relationship with airlines and the regulatory bodies. For airlines, it means we will increase more partnership, commercial partnership like code shares and other alliances, which in turn it improve the business for the operator. To add one more, operation efficiency will increase. Let me give one example. At the moment, Air Tanzania is operating, it's one of the triangle route. It's Dar, Lusaka, Harare, Dar es Salaam. So on that triangle route, there are some routes which we don't have the fifth freedom. So we only operate, we carry passenger, it's only two destinations, the Dar, Lusaka, and the Dar, Harare. There's one sector which you have to operate as an empty because of 50 freedom requirement, and we don't have that. So if you are able to uplift passenger on that sector, it means you increase more efficiency for the airline, and also you reduce, you'll be able to reduce the cost because that sector will add you a revenue of which if you spread the revenue for the entire route, then you'll be able at least to adjust the fares and become more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Patrick, how many minutes do I have? I want to go to the floor. 10 more minutes. Okay, thank you so much. I have 10 more minutes. Maybe I go to the floor now, and I'll take some questions, and the discussant will respond. One from Mr. Maugo.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you very much. The discussants, thank you very much for specifically Brenda. I was impressed. I'm retired from the public service, and I have a number of years now outside the public service. Probably I've become more wise. I look at things differently. Because in 1988, the experts like you, I'm sure you are not the one, so I'm not going to blame you. But similar to you, they went to Yamoussoukro with our ministers. They discussed there, and they convinced our ministers that this is the right way to go. The ministers signed the declaration. When they came back home, the same experts were talking different language. So that declaration never worked. 1999, they went to Yamoussoukro again. They told the presidents, our presidents, that if you make this a decision, it will be implemented. So the presidents made a decision, YD. They came back home. They told the politicians, the experts, the ministers, this is not the right way to go. It was not implemented. Now you have come up with another thing. The same experts, I don't know where it was in Afkak or in Addis Ababa. Now that if you sign a Solomon, this thing will be implemented. When they come back home, in our case here in Tanzania, or Dar es Salaam by that time, you talk different language. It is not implemented. So you experts, aren't you letting us down? Because you are the same people with two languages. And I'm talking about this because I've got an experience, because I worked in the region organization, and I know I suffered through that. Please, you experts, my friend experts, don't have two languages. Have only a single language. When you go there, advise your ministers or whatever decision makers, the thing which will be worked on, implemented. We all know that this protectionism which is put in place is not helping our airlines. We went through that in Tanzania here when we were trying to liberalize. Our national carriers will always talk against it. Airline, and we thought it is only national carriers. So when our national carrier was not doing well, a private carrier came in and it became strong. When you talk about liberalizing, that same private carrier was also talking negatively. But at the end, when you liberalize, everybody gets advantage, especially the consumers.
So please, I'm just asking you, experts, don't have two languages. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maugo. When I look at my panel here, I know all of them 1988 they were in school. So you are lucky. They are still in school. But he made a very valid point that you have to be firm on your advice. Whatever you advise to your principal, you have to be firm. So thank you so much, Mr. Maugo, for your advice. Deputy Director General, Rwanda Civil Aviation Authority. And then Mr. Ndikumana will follow. We'll give mic to Winnie. You can use this one.
Thank you. I want to echo what he said. And as Malanga said, the reasons why countries are not implementing SATAM or YD is that fear and protectionism of airlines. And he went on and said that states that have already joined the SATAM should give examples with numbers of what changed when they joined SATAM. And there I saw a problem actually. What if the states that have already signed and joined the YD or SATAM are not implementing it? Maybe that's where the problem is. So meaning that we cannot have those numbers because as a state, we have signed, we have those two languages as he said, we have joined, but we are not implementing it in reality. And I saw that as a problem. Another comment is for the lawyers, the panelists, and especially AFCAC. We have countries that we saw in the presentation that have joined the PIP SATAM project. But then you tell those countries to go back and revise their BASAs. Why? It brings unnecessary bureaucracy, and this delays also the implementation of SATAM. Why can't we say that if you want to join the PIP project, this is a multilateral air service agreement that you sign there. Otherwise, joining it and then tell the countries, the states to go back and revise their BASAs, this will not happen. As he said, this discussion has been there for a long time, but we don't see anything happen. And I think it's because all of us here, we are able to afford these high tickets. But the people that we leave behind us, they cannot afford it. And we are just there having solution. We have a problem and we have a solution, but we withhold that solution. It's like having people crying for hunger and you have breads, and us sitting here, we have that bread and we can, we can give food to those with hunger, but we withhold it because we have two languages. So I wanted to echo what he said and ask about those two comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deputy Director General, Rwanda Civil Aviation. And that is a very important point. This time around, when we want to embark on more awareness and awareness and awareness to our partner states, invite more and more who can also discuss on the measures that we have put in place to ensure implementation. Because the YD itself is a multilateral. So now when you put a condition that they will have to go and review the bilaterals, there is a legal issue there. I think that is one of the impediments that we need to rethink when we are moving forward. And there are a lot of lawyers in aviation on multilateralism and bilateralism that can assist. And I can be one of them. Just invite me and I can help on how we can remove those kind of conditions that we have put. And that's why you see, you have said it correctly, that you have 37 signed and you have only 25 signed the memorandum of implementation. You know what is the reason? It's just because of those small hurdles, like what Director General Rwanda Civil Aviation has said. Okay, another one. Director General, Burundi Civil Aviation Authority, and then I'll come to you. I have only, how many minutes left? 5 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, moderator. Let me first commend you and the panelists for the professionalism you are demonstrating in your moderation and in this discussion. I'm really wondering about the long time it is taking for, state members to implement, Yamoussoukro decision or SATAM. It is taking really, really a long time. As it was underlined in the previous presentations, I remember that one of presenters was underlining the importance of moving together so that we can go far. Unfortunately, so far, it is not what we are seeing. It seems that we have a trouble to, to move together. When we ask those countries having airlines to implement Yamoussoukro decision, they say, oh, we need to protect our airlines. When we ask state members without airlines, it seems that they just don't have any interest to do that. So it is really a wondering situation, and I think that another fact for countries without airlines, they are just, they just want to have, to see the cost of tickets reduced. And as it was said by a Yala speaker, they also want to see the flight operations in different countries, hopefully in 54 African countries. This is the interest that, they give when it comes to ask them to implement the Yamoussoukro decision. So, having said that, I think that it is time for AFCAC to maybe to review the strategies to more convince everyone without exception. Otherwise, as I said, it is taking a long time without a concrete result. With regard to state members, of course, as it was already said, it is important for them, to leave behind this diplomatic language and come out with, a decision, a concrete decision, or concrete proposals so that we can move ahead. I submit, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, and I pick the last one. One last one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mine, I would want to start by introducing myself. I'm Biggie from Rwanda. I would also want to acknowledge and thank IASA for the gesture or for its generosity to fund the liberalization of air transport in Africa. We really thank you. Maybe this is where we are even failing as a continent. This is a program for Africa. Heads of governments, they made a decision. And we are even failing to fund the program that benefits our citizens. Personally, I see as the origin of our problem. Why I say so is that there is no ownership of this program. If I cannot fund something, how can I claim ownership to it? So, the big question should be, do we have political will in our partner states to implement this? If that political will is there, then there should be even a funding mechanism, and there should be ownership, and we should be able to implement this. So my question should be, how can we generate political will in our partner states? Thank you.
The answer is very simple, awareness. So two more. Hey, so many, and I'm told that the time is up. This topic is very interesting. Let me take Engineer Malima Bundara and that other guys who has been raising for long, and then we conclude.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
In my view, I look at this thing as if it's very simple. Let's address it this way. Who is deciding? Who decides that we do this? The experts? The politician, or who? I mean, we have to know who is deciding. And then we have to approach this person. Look, we are saying this is, you make the decision. My friend Baugo is saying the experts are telling these people, they decide, then they come back and then change. You see, last time when I spoke to you guys, I said, the problem with aviation people is that we talk to ourselves. We are not talking to anybody outside the aviation. And we are saying the aviation is not known. So if it's not known and we continue talking to ourselves, what do we expect? So, Mr. Moderator, let's decide.
In the region.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I should probably take 30 seconds of my time to introduce myself and say I'm Arnold Agaba.
Sure.
I am a doctoral finalist at McGill University Institute of Air and Space Law. I also chair the research group on air and space law in Africa at McGill. The fact that there is a research group on air and space law in Africa at McGill tells you that there is a tension from outside looking on into Africa on what is going on and what is happening. And normally the question I get related to some of the themes that I've had here is, what is wrong with Africa? Why isn't it doing what it's supposed to be doing? What is wrong with East Africa? And usually my answer is, what is right about East Africa? What do we have that we are not utilizing? So I'll approach my answer to your question by telling you that if you look at other regions, there are basically three things that have been done to effectively liberalize those places. One, they have created a system where there is a rule formulator, a single entity or a couple of entities formulating rules that are clear, implementable, and applicable. True? True? Number two, they have created bodies that monitor and implement the rules that have been formed. True? 3, there is a judicial process, dispute resolution process, in which the failure to implement is addressed. True? Does East Africa have those 3 things? Yes. We have the rules. They're existing. Brenda has told you that we actually have a very well laid out framework already in the East African Treaty, already in the Common Market Protocol, and all the other instruments that we have in East Africa. They are there. 2, we have institutions in Africa and in East Africa that are supposed to monitor and follow up the implementation. In East Africa, we know that the Secretary General is in charge of doing that. So ideally, where a state has signed the treaty and has, for instance, refused to, I don't know, fulfill part of its obligations, the Secretary General is supposed to knock on the door of that state. And when there is persistent refusal, it's supposed to activate the third part, which is the East African Court of Justice. Has that been done? No. This is where we have the problem. So you have institutions with power, but have refused to use power.
Okay.
So what have the, if I'm to answer your question directly now, what have the rest of the place successfully liberalized aviation done? They have taken the power and the mandate that they're supposed to, that they've been given, and used it how they're supposed to use it. It's a very simple thing. Very simple thing. In East Africa, you have 3 people who are 3 bodies and entities that are mandated to help with the monitoring process. The SG, the states themselves, and the people of East Africa. Now let's look at the states. How do they resolve their problems? In the morning, the inaugural head of Kasoa told us, states do not go to court. They don't go to court. How are you going to resolve your problems if you do not want to use the very same institution that you have set up? If you look at Europe, Mr. Knowing probably said this, and I'll re-emphasize it. Europe had the same challenges. Airlines did not want liberalization. They wanted to be protected. And what happened in Europe? The Commission itself took it up upon itself. Which airline is disturbing my mic? So the commission itself brought some of these cases to the European Court. Is that right, Mr. Noi? And forcefully moved that entire region into a new framework. So, Mr. DG, I will end by saying what the rest of the regions have done is to take their mandate, understand it, and apply it. And no one is going to do it peacefully entirely. There must be some form of force that is used in moving the East African region from one mindset of protectionism to another of protection through law, which is what liberalization is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Arnold. And actually, that was the question I was to ask you during the round. And I forgot to ask you, and thank you for the participant who reminded me. That was a very important question, that we get to know what other regions have done towards that. And when we will be coming up with the takeaways of this symposium, one of the takeaways to AFCAC will be that surely we all agree we have to go there. There are some small issues that we still need to look at. And one of the people that you need to invite, Arnold is an asset. It's a very good asset, and one of the lawyers that they can assist us in those small impediments, so that once we have resolved them, you see the junk or the group of member states signing the memorandum of implementation. Okay, so but we will see how we can craft that. So thank you so much. We are almost coming to an end. We have these wonderful lawyers and economists here that have assisted me to discuss this. Can you give them a very big round of applause? I would like to conclude with a very small story. And this story was written by Charles Dickens. For those who read stories, Charles Dickens. So there was this prisoner who was imprisoned for 30 years. And he was a kind of a prisoner who was very arrogant, stubborn. Sometimes he can fight others without any reasons, injuring them. So they decided to put him on an isolated small room known as dungeon. And it's a small room, no windows, total darkness. There was just only small outlet. When they open it, they just put a plate of food and they close and they go. And he was in shackles, chains, because he was a dangerous prisoner. So then 30 years are up, he has to go home. So they opened the dungeon, the prisoner stepped out, and then walked all the way outside. And you know, he has been living in darkness, and then there is light, he cannot see properly. He feels like he's about to faint, and in front of him there is this highway, and the cars are moving so fast. He is trying to cross and he cannot, trying to cross and he cannot. And when he looks at the other side, high building that he has never seen before, you know what he said? No, 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 this is not for me. This is too much. Take me back to my dungeon. Change is always, you'll always have this kind of fear. So for him, it was very simple, just to adapt the light, adapt the road, cross the road, mix up with people, make friends, and embrace the freedom rather than going back to jail. Thank you so much for your attention. And back to you. It was a wonderful session for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, DG. Just a few housekeeping rules. I think you no, just a minute. We'll just stay for a minute. A few housekeeping rules. We would like to honor our panelists and the moderator for the panel. And I would like to invite the Director General of Somali Civil Aviation Authority, Ahmed Maulin, to join me on the podium. As the DG is coming, a few housekeeping rules. Kindly remember, at 6:30 we are having a gala dinner. In Africa, it's customary to invite guests for a drink. So please honor your hosts. And therefore, I would like to invite DG to hand over some token. And then the panelists will remain on the stage for a photo session after the reception. I'd like to invite Ellen first, to come and pick a gift. Okay, Brenda. Arnold. Malanga. Bwana Slim. And then Patrick. Last but not least, the moderator, DG. And they can all now take a group photo. All of them. You can just stand at the front for a group photo. Okay, a round of applause as they leave the stage. So one more housekeeping issue. I hope you have managed to register for the tour. And I'm reminded that today is the International Aeronautical Information Service Day. So to all AIS personnel, let's give them a round of applause as we wish them a good International Aeronautical Information Service Day. Thank you very much. That marks the end of this session and the end of the activities for today. We'll break for a cup of tea and then to the dinner, which is at the hotel. You'll be directed by the ushers. Have a blessed evening. Thank you very much. Tomorrow we start at 8:30. We should be here by 8 so that we are able to start by 8:30.